Good morning, colleagues.
Morning, Petra.
You can hear me. I'm just testing everything.
Morning, Petra.
Morning, Claudia. Disam, can you give me sharing rights, please? Because I'm going to share the presentation. Tony? I'm fine. Hmm? I don't know. I'm now with this song. I'm gonna ask him again just to hear. No, and then I'll come back to you. Okay. Bye.
Hello,
Okay,
colleagues. Good morning, colleagues.
Good
Morning,
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 Mr.
morning.
Woody.
How are you, Petra? You
I'm
okay?
fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah. Nice to hear your voice. Nice to hear your
The
voice.
same. I trust you had a good weekend.
Well, not really, because you must know we on
We had
recess, but
storms.
we work. We had
Yeah.
remember I had the by-election here.
Oh, yes. And you did so well. Yeah. So,
Yeah, that
Uncle
was a
Roy.
headache. Yes, how you, the song?
I'm well and you.
I'm okay, bro. I'm fine.
Great.
Mm. You're looking good. You're looking good.
I'm confusing the enemy there.
Yeah. Let me mute again.
where's that thing? Sorry, the song. I just want to get that thing. Oh, it doesn't want to show on my. The song? Did you give me sharing the rights? Share. Oh, there it is.
Yes, you are a host.
Thank you. There, can you see it? The song, can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
You must just put it on slide mode when you present.
Yeah, let's just see how it looks on slide mode. Okay, there we are. Is that fine?
It's still not slide mode, eh?
Really? Because on my side it's slide mode. Just give it some time because the network, it might be slow. Let me see, display settings. Oh, it's because I've got two screens here. Because on my one screen, it's a slide mode and on the other one, not. So let me disconnect
Remove
this.
the small slide.
And now I gotta remove the screen. How does it look now?
It's still showing the duplicate slide. You don't need a duplicate slide.
Yeah, okay. Let me just see.
You see at the bottom it says duplicate slideshow. We don't need.
Yeah.
Don't make it duplicate. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't want to change. Okay, let me go out. I think it's a setting on my laptop that I must quickly change.
Hmm?
It's sleepy.
Mhm.
It's that flooded.
Hmm.
It was
You change it.
and it when I did when I
Let's try again. Okay, is that now correct?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, great. So we sorted. Are you fine, Disang?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay.
Wait, wait. I want to do something quickly here. Ma'am Ashabela? Le kae? Okay. All right. I stream. E tlile go streama but ka 10. Wa bona ha o ya ko mo meeting wa rona just now mo e tlhagisa parliamentary streaming. So o tlile go streama what today? Our meeting di ntse di sa streaming because re ntse re na le di-physical meeting. O streama only if e le virtual. Because and then yes, it's because when the venue tsa bone di na le di-camera. Rona sometimes ha re kry venue e nang le camera. Bec- Yes, yes, yes. Mm, yeah.
Good morning, Tisang. Good morning, colleagues. I just want to confirm if you can hear me. I'm going to check my network.
Morning, no, you are audible.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, our guest, Committee Sec. Are we ready to go? Shall we start?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, we are ready, Chair. The delegation from the department is here.
Okay, all members.
Yeah, the members are present, Chair.
Okay. So could you please let me just show my face, because I will have to switch off the video as the proceedings are unfolding, so that the meeting can see that it's me. Too dark, I think. Is it too dark to stand? I can see that.
No,
looks like
Chair.
it's dark.
It's you are properly structured, Chair.
Thank you very much. Once again, good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the delegation of the department and the entity. And you are all welcome. And good morning to our support team. You are all welcome. Let's fly to the agenda. Committee Sec, please. Let's, according to the agenda that was emailed and circulated to our gadgets, we are moving to item number 2 on attendance. I'm aware of the apology of the minister due to the fact that she's traveling from abroad and she is only arriving this afternoon. Any other apologies, Committee Sec?
Morning, Chair and honorable members. The apologies I've received, it's also from the Deputy Minister Chair, who is also attending the UN tourism thing out overseas. So she's not in the country. She also sent an apology. The delegation from the department is led by the Director General, Mr. Vele, and he is accompanied by Dr. Shamila Katia, who is the DDG for Destination. Ms. Maditonki Setwaba, DDG for Tourism Sector Support Services. Ms. Anim Malan, DDG for Tourism, Research, Policy and International Relations. Ms. Namza Mobengu, Acting DDG Corporate Management. Ms. Malemane Maponya, who is the Chief Financial Officer. And then the delegation from SC Tourism, we will introduce them as and when they present, Chair. And then from our portfolio committee, the apology I received is from Ms. Tito, who won't be able to join us for today. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. But she's an alternate. The other member is in attendance.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Committee Secretary. The purpose of this meeting today, honorable members, our Zoom meeting is for us to get a briefing by the Department of Tourism on the strategic plan and annual performance plan for 2025-2026 financial year. We're intending to have a discussion on those and have a break, a short lunch break of about 30 minutes if everything goes well, and then come back in the afternoon to receive a briefing from the South African Tourism on the strategic plan and annual performance plan for 2025-26 financial year. And then we'll have an interaction with those presentations. And then later we'll deal with the second term program for us to adopt it as it has been circulated to all members. We are intending to finish the meeting, if all goes well, by 15:30, if not beyond 1600 hours. It will depend on the members, how much interest do they have when we deliberate. Thank you very much, honorable members. DG, welcome with your delegation. You are allocated time for the presentation, all the presentations, both presentations on for about it's 50 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Let me now hand over to you, DG Vele, and the delegation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members, as well as to all the colleagues that are connected on the line, both from the department, SAT, as well as from the side of the legislature. Honorable Chairperson, we are going to start. I'm going to ask Petra to project the strategic plan. I'm going to go through the strategic plan. Once I've concluded that part, I'm going to ask the DDGs to go through the programs in the APP. Acting DDG Pengu will be the first one to present, and we'll do it chronologically, program 1 up to program 4, after which then the CEO, the CFO rather, will then deal with the finances. Honorable Chairperson, if permitted, I will switch off the video just to be able to sustain the signal properly. We'll cover the departmental mandates. We'll also go a little bit into what the white paper is provided for, which has now been taken into the 2024 white paper, which has now been taken into account when we finalize the strategic plan. We'll take the members through the vision, the mission, as well as the values, and then the planned performance for the 5-year period. But also in between, we'll also highlight what will also be done by medium term, half year through the actual term. And we'll also speak about some of the enablers, as well as the risks that we've identified and what will be done with regards to those. Next slide, Petra. Thank you. We would like to highlight this aspect of the fact that the Constitution provides for tourism as a concurrent mandate when it comes to legislative competency, which is quite important, because there are times when some of the things that we have to do should be done at other spheres of government, particularly at a local government level, but also even within the current legislation that we're implementing, there are aspects of that legislation that have to be executed at a level of provinces and so on. But important to say that alignment must always be achieved, as concurrency also provides for that. The legislation that we are still using is the Tourism Act of 2014. Honorable members are familiar with the Act, so in the interest of time, I will not go into the details, but suffice to say that all the work that we do is provided for within the confines of this particular Act when it comes to the specificity of the tourism mandate itself. In terms of the policy mandate, we are still pursuing the goals within the National Development Plan. Of course, we are still guided. We are even now more so guided by the 2024 white paper, which came into effect last year. We are also guided by the National Tourism Sector Strategy, which is provided for in the Tourism Act. And part of what we should perhaps indicate is that this is a document that comes to an end in 2026 and will then need to be reviewed. So that process would also then ensue, which will then give us the broader, and it is by law that we should actually do that, and then we'll be having the next 10 years of tourism strategy that would also come out of that particular process, and then we've got the tourism master plan. Please, next slide. The white paper, in the main, highlights some of the most critical things, which, when one looks at them, what is also important is that there's some degree of relevance to the priorities of the seventh administration as well. So we're looking at increasing the contribution to the broader economy. We are also looking at increasing employment and entrepreneurship. And when we do the presentation in terms of the details within the APP, members will begin to see that indeed what we are speaking about is actually finding expression in the real plan. And then we also, it also looks at issues of sector resilience. And this is a lot more important in light of economic downturns, in light of the broader unpredictable environment from an economic perspective, when it comes to all the changes that we observe broadly that are taking place globally, as well as issues of pandemics, particularly health pandemics. But not just that, we have seen a sudden surge in climate change related events, and that is an area that also does require a lot of focus with regards to ensuring that we remain resilient. Issues of community engagement and issues of ownership in the sector, and these also speak to issues of transformation and issues of investments, and ensuring that we attract investments, but also the sustainability of tourism itself from all perspectives, inclusive of respect for culture in a manner in which we bring it into the tourism offerings. And of course, having a regulatory environment that would ensure that we are able to achieve the broader objectives. The vision is leading sustainable tourism for inclusive economic growth in South Africa. And we will pursue this particular mission to be able to get to that particular vision. And the mission is to grow an inclusive and sustainable tourism economy through good corporate and cooperative governance. And there's quite a lot of emphasis on the three priorities of the seventh administration with regards to this aspect. It's one of the three priorities. We also are emphasizing the need for partnerships and collaboration, and the aspect of innovation, as well as knowledge management, so that decisions that we are going to be making are informed, and effective stakeholder communication, that we should actually be doing whatever we are doing together with the broader stakeholder community, so that whatever ultimately gets to be done is not something that is just the department decides and then we are going to do, but it's something that we are doing with a sense of consultativeness. Our performance values, we believe we must be innovative. We must be ethical in the manner in which we conduct our business. And we must be customer focused. So the customer must be at the center of what we do. And for us to be able to do that, we do need organizational values, and this would include empowerment internally, and it would also include issues of integrity, which links to us doing the work ethically in the performance values. And it would also include recognition. So those that are doing well, we must recognize. Those that are not necessarily doing as well, we must also be able to find ways to bring them up to speed with everybody else. The next slide. The planned performance, Honorable Chairperson, for the next 5 years is premised on the three priorities of the seventh administration, which are driving inclusive growth and job creation, the reduction of poverty and tackling of high cost of living, and to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. So those will be, as we go in, what would actually give us a clear direction. We're still pursuing the 15 million tourists by the end of the political term. Let's move on to the next one. So what we'll be pursuing, Honorable Chairperson, in terms of the growth of the sector, we will focus on improving the tourism asset base, and this would include the aspect of diversification of products. And we're emphasizing the diversification of products because that is what will also assist us in terms of attracting new markets. But it is also important in the sense that the more you have that is varied, the better for those clients to have more, let me call them more stopovers, which will then enable more and increased spending, but also the competitiveness of the destination itself is enhanced, and the confidence in the destination is also boosted. So those are some of the things that we believe will actually assist us in retaining competitiveness, increasing it, in fact, but also ensuring that ultimately it will actually lead to growth. So we talk more growth, and job creation, and so we are kind of like focused fully on what the priorities as defined are. The second one that we'll also be focusing on is the issue of the visa regime, and here, of course, working with the Department of Home Affairs. What is important here is that every time there is some reform in the visa regime, we are able to see some level of shift, some significant increase in the number of tourists that would be coming from that particular market. We saw this with the waivers from Kenya, as well as the waivers from Ghana. And suddenly those markets were actually beginning to come through as some of the top performing markets just by that particular shift. Of course, even now, with the earlier indications that are coming from the changes with the trusted tour operator scheme, it's clear that it's going to yield greater benefits. And these are some of the things that we say in that space. We will be closely working with the Department of Home Affairs to be able to achieve such. In terms of the air access, we will focus on the implementation of the Route Development Marketing Program. Members have been briefed on this previously in terms of what it entails and how is it going to work and all those aspects. But it is important that we have more and more direct connectivity to the different markets. Of course, here we'll be working with the Department of Transport and other stakeholders. Service excellence and ensuring that it's memorable, pleasantly memorable. That's a big focus area in terms of enhancement of that experience. Safety and security still remains an area that requires a lot of attention. Members would probably have seen last week the Deputy Minister had gone to Gqeberha, and she was also doing some activations there with regards to this specific issue. And of course, that's the selection of that area, amongst other things, is the fact that there has been some incidents in that area, but there's quite a lot of focus there. Even industry has got some focus in that particular space. So it's an area that we believe there's potential growth, and we should actually do everything to not hamper that growth. And safety and security is one of the possible areas that could affect it. And of course, the destination marketing aspect, this I think ACT will speak at large, but we do flag it here because we are the parent department, but they will come with the details in terms of what is actually going to be done as the single entity designated to market tourism for South Africa. And last but definitely not least is the transformation of the tourism sector, and those are the focal areas for us to be able to pursue this growth in an inclusive manner. The significance of the governance aspect, the capable, ethical, and developmental state, and most importantly, making sure that whatever we do it collaboratively with the affairs of government, but also horizontally with other departments that will enable us to be able to achieve this broader tourism mission, so to say. And what is also important is that, yes, it is a strategy for the department, but most importantly, tourism gets to be every other department that has got a contribution, this does become, in a sense, part of their strategy. And I will explain this better when I get to the actual deliverable in the strategy. We'll be able to see the emphasis there. And of course, we are also looking at making sure that there's digital transformation. And this would be focused on making sure that there's automation and modernization of our service delivery systems. But most importantly, as we do that, we should be able to ensure that the customer is able to access the services quicker and in an easier manner, but also the systems should be friendly. So there will be different systems that would also come in during the course of the medium term, so that we are able to really bring about this transformation from a digital perspective. So what are we going to deliver over this 5-year term? From a domestic tourism point of view, we will move from 37.9 million trips to 45.1 million trips. In the medium term, we are saying we should be at 41.8 million domestic tourism trips. Then the next one, we want to move from 8.81 million international arrivals, tourist arrivals, to 15 million tourist arrivals. And halfway through the medium term, we would like to be at just under 12 million, 11.9. And in terms of the financial value that we would like to see, we want to move from 95.1 million rather, to 115 million, 115 billion, 95.1 billion to 115 billion by the end of the term, and in between 105.9 billion. And also in terms of domestic tourism spend, we would like to move from 123 billion to 139.4 billion, and midterm we would like to be at 131.4 billion. This is the point I was making earlier with regards to the collaboration with other departments. In terms of the reduction of the number of days when it comes to the issuance of visa, we are saying that by the end of the term, we should be at 5 days max for a visa to be issued, particularly for India and China. And this particular target is a target that has been arrived at working together with the Department of Home Affairs. So that's the point I was trying to make about the significance of working together with other partners, with other departments, even horizontally. And then, of course, the implementation of the route development marketing program, which will focus on domestic, regional, as well as international. And like I said, we'll do this together with the Department of Transport. Let's move to the risks. Thank you. The risks that we have identified, the strategic risks that we have identified. One is the slow transformation pace in the tourism sector. We will see the results of the study that will be conducted by the Tourism Council, but it has been slow overall. And the other area, and this, I think SAT will also speak a lot more about it, as it affects the confidence. And the issue of extreme weather conditions, extreme weather events, and the sense of vulnerability. So we are saying we will have to conduct this vulnerability assessments, on which the purpose of these vulnerability assessments is for us to have a very clear sense of where the investments and so on are actually going to go. These are areas that are not necessarily going to be perpetually affected going into the future. But at the same time also, the current areas, the extent to which they are vulnerable and what needs to be done in terms of some level of adaptation with regards to those that already exist. And in the cases where we don't necessarily have the issues as yet, then we can then speak of some level of mitigation where it is actually practical, and make those recommendations to the relevant stakeholders that need to be able to take care of some of those particular aspects. Of course, we'll continue also with the safety monitors program, and we'll continue to work with the SAPS with regards to this. I do want to highlight that enterprise development as well as incentive support will be used to try and accelerate part of this aspect of transformation of the sector. But advocacy, I do believe, will be a greater tool, be it coming from the executive side or coming from the legislative side as well, because the products are not necessarily owned by government per se. Of course, government does own a reasonable number of products, and most of which then end up in concessions and so on, which does go a long way in terms of actually contributing to transformation. But it is about nation building, and it is something that I do believe that advocacy would be in a position to assist to increase the levels. And the issues around market access, and here we've outlined some of the barriers that we spoke to earlier, and this is where we'll then have to focus on making sure that those are executed properly, those initiatives are executed properly, so that we are in a position to remove some of these barriers and increase the access to some of those markets. And the inadequacy of the maintenance of infrastructure, that is a challenge. Particularly here, the focus is on tourism infrastructure, and this would be even products that are actually owned by government in this regard. In most instances, it's going to be about assisting some of those products to have maintenance plans in place that their own revenues and are also taking that into account when they model it and so on. Because in the end, without something coming in, it does become difficult. Even if we as a department are to get into that space and assist, it will be but a few, very few, because the resources that are required will not necessarily be adequate from our side. But if it is built into the revenue models of those particular products, it would definitely assist. And there is reportedly mismatch of skills, and what we would like to do is that we work with the sector to ensure that we develop demand-led skills, and this we believe we will be able to increase chances of employability for those that are actually coming from those programs. This slide is really just to highlight the two areas where we focus in, which is the area around growth and jobs, as well as the area around capable and ethical and developmental state, but also explains a little bit of the detail of what exactly do we mean by this growth, where do we see it in the GDP, in the jobs, in the revenue that is generated, in the inclusivity from a transformation perspective. And we also should see it in the quality of the products that should be diversified as well, that will be offering. And in good governance, and in good governance, that's where we'll be able to see that we are capable, ethical, and developmental. Move to the end. That will be it. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I will then ask Ms. Bengu to start with program 1 and just be mindful of time as well. Thanks.
Honorable Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Good morning to you and honorable members, colleagues. I will be mindful of time as DG has guided. If you please go on to the next slide. As it stands now, Honorable Chair, there are no changes to the organizational structure. We are still composed of 4 programs who will be presenting to you today. And then the next slide provides the summary of the, just gonna switch off my video, provides the summary of the projects for program 1, and with the various sub-programs listed there, and what their functions are. From strategy and systems to human resource development, communications, legal services, finance, IT, and internal audit and ICT. We run program 1 that's responsible for a strategic leadership, management, and operations support for the department. I will get into those key deliverables via the table. Petra, please, if you go onto the next slide. We are still committed to good governance, which amongst others will be measured through unqualified audit outcome, both on our financial performance as well as non-financial performance. We will target an unqualified audit throughout the years, and the quarterly milestones will then focus on should there be any findings from the Auditor General's audit. We would then make sure that we improve our internal control environment and roll out an improvement plan, which will be implemented throughout the year. We are dedicating 76% of the budget towards the strategic priorities which are outlined in this plan that we are reviewing today. In essence, it shows that the 76% of the total budget would exclude program 1, which I've indicated supports the operations of the department, as well as the compensation of employees. The rest of the budget must be implemented in line with the plan that is presented to Parliament right now. We still focus on supporting government priorities, on using our procurement muscle to support specific imperatives, from supporting SMMEs, dedicating 40% of that, supporting compliant women-owned businesses, supporting 40% of that, and our commitment to ensuring that we pay all our suppliers within the prescribed turnaround time of 30 days. And then we will still continue to support the minister on her oversight role over SATs by developing a framework against which SAT will report for us to monitor certain aspects of its implementation of the strategy and plans, and ensure that we elevate to minister any matters that require her guidance further, and just report on how performance is proceeding and how expenditure is proceeding as well. On the next slide, Petra, we will conduct an exercise to review our operations and the manner in which we deliver our services, just to ensure that with the new strategy that has been presented here, we direct our resources appropriately, whether our systems are such that we implement efficiently, whether all our standard operating procedures support this innovation and expediting delivery, whether our people are skilled properly. So we just got to do an entire review of our organizational capacity to ensure that we are able to deliver on the new strategy for the next for this current 5-year term. We will also just this year do a skills profile of the current employees in order to identify a gap that will be closed through a program, a skills development program for the department, and again with the intention to match the skills that we have in the organization with what the new strategy demands. We will then do a skills development program and implement that to close those gaps. It will assist us to set a baseline for implementation going further. We are reviewing our HR strategy. Again, we need to make sure that the HR strategy, how we keep our people, how we retain our people, how we recruit people, how we balance the profile of the organization through an HR strategy, must support the new strategic plan of the 7th administration for the department. And therefore, we're going to go undertake an exercise where we're going to review our HR strategy, and we hope to have completed that within this first 9 months of the year and roll out implementation going forward. We need to improve our turnaround time on filling of vacant posts within the directives that exist. So if the turnaround times are set at 8 months or 12 months, with all the steps that need to be taken for authorizing the recruitment for the department, that must be done and fast-tracked for delivery, for supporting, first of all, reducing our vacancy rates currently, and secondly, ensuring that we have the right people at the right place as a department and spend our compensation of employees. We will then, from program 1, support the whole organization in that recruitment process, and then monitor that we are recruiting within the prescribed timeframes. On the next slide, Petra. And we will also still focus on ensuring that we have we're living up to our employment equity targets, focusing in the APP on 50% women at SMS level, and focusing on 3%, maintaining at minimum 3% persons with disability in the organization. We're still targeting this one slightly above the national norm, which is 2%. We are going to use our workplace skills plan to continue developing our people. In fact, in once our skills profiling that I had indicated earlier is finalized, it will assist us to improve our workplace skills plan as well, which is our tool for targeting where training is required and what type of training is required, and how do we prioritize it and fund it. We will also ensure that we review our communications tools, or our strategy, our communications plans for the year, to ensure that the various communications guidance tools that are being processed through cabinet right now, including communications protocol, the communications policy of government, we find alignment with those new instructions as a department in the manner that we deliver our communications service. So we will ensure that we have revised our strategy, and then there's the plan we deliver in this year is fully aligned with what the medium-term development plan communication strategy of government indicates. We will roll out an internal audit plan, which will assist us to test or indicate where there are gaps that need strengthening in support of our goal of ensuring that the resources of the state that we are entrusted with are used appropriately, and in order to assist us to achieve that first indicator of an unqualified audit from the AG. So the internal audit processes are going to assist us to test and provide assurance that all is well with the internal control environment, and where they lift anything to the attention of management, we will then introduce those improvements in the internal control environment. And the department is undergoing a process right now of developing its digital transformation initiative, again aligning ourselves with the aspirations of the medium-term development plan and the capacity of the state. We will then, this work is being finalized currently, and we will then track the implementation of the various initiatives within that plan in order to improve our digital maturity as an organization, and therefore improve the way the public accesses our services and the manner in which we service the public. That would be the last indicator from the branch.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, DG colleagues. Program 2, Tourism Research Policy and International Relations. The purpose of this program is, of course, to enhance the strategic policy environment, monitors the sector's performance, and enable stakeholder relations. We are structured in 3 sub-programs as highlighted there. First one on research and knowledge management, the second one on policy planning and strategy, and then international relations and cooperation. I will take the example from Nomzamo and speak to the key deliverables in the detail tables on the next slide. Thank you very much, Petra. So in terms of our first output indicator is the number of tourism monitoring and evaluation initiatives implemented. So this is purely looking at our M&E program, and we have 4 tourism monitoring and evaluation initiatives that's planned for the current financial year. The first one, honourable members, is very important to us and to Minister, and that is the monitoring of the International Memorandum of Understanding. And perhaps just to indicate here that the monitoring will not be done by the International Relations team, but it will be an independent assessment done by the M&E team. So that is our first target, is on the implementation of our International Memorandum of Understanding, the implementation thereof. The second one is, honourable members would recall that the white paper was approved by Cabinet towards the end of last year, and we would like to start with the monitoring of the implementation of the white paper. While we, parallel to this, also are working on the framework for the review of the Act, we also would like to monitor the implementation of the white paper. The third target, honourable members, we 2 years or so ago, we developed a National Tourism Statistics Plan that was approved by amongst others, the SG of Statistics South Africa, the DG of the Department of Home Affairs, and the CEO of Tourism Business Council of South Africa. So it is really a National Tourism Statistics Plan that takes into consideration all of our key stakeholders. And we are now on a journey of implementation. So our focus is on the implementation of the National Tourism Statistics Plan. And then the fourth target or the fourth project is the quarterly tourism sector master plan implementation reports. We are finalizing, as DG also indicated, the period for the tourism sector master plan. And while we are starting with the review of the NTSS, we are also reporting on the implementation of the master plan. Our second output indicator is in line with our departmental digitalization program, and it's the number of departmental systems digitalized. We are focusing on the National Tourism Information and Monitoring System as legislated by the Act, as well as the implementation of the National Register of Tourist Guide Information System that is also contained in the Act. Next slide, please. Then, in terms of our third output indicator is around the enabling and the creation of an enabling policy and regulatory environment for tourism growth and development. And there we are, I think DG has spoken about our partnership with a number of departments, including the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of Transport, the Presidency, and so on. And our first target is to develop a policy and regulatory reforms plan and to implement that plan together with relevant departments to deliver growth and employment. So it is taking the work that we have been doing with departments on visas and on the red tape reduction and so forth, a step further. The red tape reduction action plan developed and implemented, we have taken that as a separate project, noting the importance thereof. And also we do want to make sure that we fully understand the red tape as currently experienced by the industry. We are working very closely with the red tape reduction team and Operation Vulindlela, and we do sit on their structures. So this work will just assist us to provide most relevant information into those structures as well. And then the third target is to develop a short-term rental framework. This is parallel to developing the framework for the review of the Act. We have decided with Minister's guidance that we should not wait for everything to be done in the long term, but we should start with the short-term rental framework as an immediate target while we are working on the review of the Act in its entirety based on the white paper. And then we also want to develop the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan and start implementation. Next slide, please. In terms of our intergovernmental coordination initiatives, that speaks to our stakeholder relations mandate. We have 2 annual targets, and that is supporting the provinces in district development model outreaches. So we are targeting 9 tourism district development model outreaches in the current financial year. We also are targeting 2 tourism man-made hosted. That is where the Minister of Tourism engages MECs in the different provinces. Then on our next output indicator, number 6, is the number of fora that we prioritize to advance South Africa's tourism interests at regional, continental, and global level. For the current financial year, honourable members, we have targeted the hosting of the G20 tourism meeting, as it is really taking a lot of our resources to ensure that it is a successful event. And then in terms of showcasing South Africa's tourism at priority markets or in priority markets, we are continuing with the outreach program to the diplomatic communities. Those are typically led by minister or deputy minister, in some cases with the purpose of looking at how obstacles can be reduced or eliminated, and in some cases it's really to ensure that we continue the growth that we already experience in certain markets. We have targeted 2 again, and it will be 1 in Africa and 1 in Asia. I think, honourable members, that is my last slide, if I remember correctly, and I will then hand over to DDG Chetia. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable members, and all colleagues on the call. I'll present destination development, and we are program 3. There are 3 different sub-programs within our team: tourism enhancement, destination planning and investment coordination, and working for tourism. We have 12 annual targets this year, 4 that are planning, 7 that are destination enhancement, and 1 that is working for tourism. And I will go to the detail. Next slide, please. So the 4 that are related to destination planning and investment coordination are the implementation of the budget resort network and brand concept. Honourable Chair and honourable members, this is an area of work where we are doing the detailed feasibility work related to the implementation of the budget resort, and it is to look at how we can utilize underutilized state-owned properties, but also community-owned properties and private sector properties that may want to be part of a budget resort network and brand that serves primarily domestic tourists and regional tourists, and then of course budget-conscious international tourists. The next 2 targets are related to the pipeline of nationally prioritized tourism investment opportunities, as well as then showcasing those opportunities at an investment platform. This year we will host the investment summit on the sidelines of the G20, but the intention is of course to actually host a investment summit annually, and it's to move projects from concept all the way through to actual implementation in the work that's being done on the pipeline. The next one speaks to the partnership that we need to develop a plan for with other departments and entities. Tourism, as the DG indicated, is a concurrent function, and it is therefore critically important for us to integrate the work of tourism with the work that other departments are doing. So this work is looking at how we align our implementation across the country, but specifically within the framework of the DDM model, and actually work on a tourism partnership plan to actually implement tourism across the country. The next set of initiatives, there are 7 in the destination enhancement space. We are, of course, completing 17 community-based tourism projects. We are also then implementing 5 additional community-based tourism projects, which will be going into construction. The 17 are already in construction, and the 5 are actually going to go into construction and are in the final detailed planning and procurement stages. Next slide, please. We are then also going to implement a model to support sustainable operations at community projects. Part of this model is, of course, incorporation into the budget resort network and brand. There are further 14 projects that we're implementing with various state-owned entities, separate to the projects we're implementing with the DBSA, and we are moving all of these projects into completion and or actual construction. There are then 33 completed maintenance projects where we are handing back to the owning entities, and we're beginning with the construction on 2 more maintenance projects. And then we're working on World Heritage Sites in partnership with the Department of Arts and Culture, and we're looking at conducting condition assessments at these identified World Heritage Sites, 5 of them in this year. We're then, of course, also looking at implementing the work opportunities. And my apologies, there is an error in that annual target. It's 1,400 work opportunities that we are implementing in this financial year through the Working for Tourism program. I should also say, honourable members and honourable chair, that we are looking at reviewing the implementation of the Working for Tourism program so that into the future it funds demand-led skills development. And I think with that, I conclude my presentation and hand over to DDG Sitwaba.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, DG, and all colleagues on the call. With your permission, Chair, I'm going to switch off my video to enhance a network. I'm presenting on behalf of Program 4, which is Tourism Sector Support Services. There are 4 sub-programs, and the general specific purpose for which the tourism sector support services exist is to ensure that we enhance transformation, we increase skills level within the sector, and we support the development of the sector to ensure that our country remains a competitive tourist destination. I will then, Petra, if we go to the specific programs or projects that we will be implementing. The first target, annual target, which primarily is to ensure that we support tourism SMMEs. There will be implementation of the 4 incentive programs, which is the Green Tourism Incentive Program, our Tourism Transformation Fund, the Market Access Program, and the Tourism Equity Fund, which we are working towards ensuring that it is migrated to an implementing agent. But most critically, we are going to review the Tourism Incentive Program to ensure that we accelerate its potential to stimulate inclusive growth, but also to ensure that within the program, SMMEs are enabled to create jobs. We will continue to implement the Tourism Monitors Program to enhance visitor experience, but also in terms of promoting safety This will be implemented across the 9 provinces. We are targeting recruitment, selection, and training and placement of 1,500 tourism monitors for this as our annual target. We are going to be implementing a number of visitor experience programs which are targeted to promote or enhance understanding of a government institution on the tourism sector. We are looking at 10 visitor experience programs that we will be implementing in collaboration with government institutions. On the side of ensuring skills or capacity building programs, we are focusing on implementing 10 demand-led skills for the tourism sector to be able to create jobs and work opportunities. We are focusing on a graduate recruitment program. We will be focusing on those that are in the sector but who do not have the requisite certification, and our artisan recognition of prior learning program will focus on those ones. We are mainly looking at chefs and other skills programs that can come in. We are looking at implementing the resource efficiency cleaner production. We are collaborating with other government entities to ensure that the sector is enabled. We drive the workforce to be able to promote sustainability within our tourism products. There will be the Learn and Earn Youth Placement Program, the Women Executive Development Program to ensure that women are capacitated to be able to become board members or operate at the level of executives or to run their businesses efficiently. There's the tourist guides training that we are going to be implementing to ensure that we increase the number of tourist guides or new entrants within the tourist guiding sector. The Educator Development Program, which is geared towards our educators, those that are seized with training or educating our youth on tourism matters. We will implement a program to train SMMEs on occupational health and safety norms and standards. We are managing the integrated service excellence. We are going to be focusing on townships, villages, and small towns. This is youth that are going to be trained to ensure that our spaces, our measure tourist attractions are well kept, are clean, and also to promote sustainability so that we can have those repeated visits. We will still implement a skills program on the culinary side of the sector. With regards to the number of programs that we are going to implement that are targeting jobs and income earning opportunities, we are going to be collaborating with our pathway management networks, role players, so that we, together with them, we are able to identify a pipeline of initiatives that we can implement to ensure that income earning opportunities are identified and also implemented. We will, as another target, be able to sign MOUs with this pathway management network role players, wherein different roles and responsibilities will be identified. We will also come up with a roadmap to ensure that even the private sector has a say in terms of how we are going to make sure that the skills gap or the relevant skills that we need to develop are identified, and what will be our roles and responsibilities towards ensuring that the skills that are in demand are indeed the skills that we will be supporting. To promote sustainability and improve market access, the first target there will be the implementation of the incubation program. We will be finalizing the business advisory service incubator. We will look at improving income generation at households level through the implementation of our homestay incubation program. We will improve sustainability of tourism SMMEs through compliance and resilience support. We will also be reviewing our enterprise development program to ensure that we expedite inclusive participation. DG had already spoken about the risk that we are facing in terms of a transformation, and we believe through reviewing the enterprise development, we will achieve a certain level of transformation by ensuring that how we manage the support that we give into enterprises is inclusive, but also that we ensure that these supported businesses are able to demonstrate that they can produce jobs. Chairperson, and Chairperson, thank you very much. That's for the tourism sector support services side. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the DG, and the colleagues. I will present the allocated budget for the department. The department has an allocation of 2,434,892,000 for the current financial year. And in terms of programs, we have 4 programs. The first one is administration. Out of the allocated budget, in terms of percentage, 15% is allocated to administration, 57.8% is allocated to tourism research, policy and international relations, and that includes a transfer to SAT as well. Apologies for that. The next program is destination development. Out of the allocated budget, 13.6% has been allocated to destination development. The last program is tourism sector support services, and 13.6% has been allocated to tourism sector support services with an allocation of 2.4 billion for the current financial year. Next slide. And the next slide there is the same allocation, but this time is in terms of the economic classification. So for the current financial year, on compensation of employees, 432.8 million has been allocated for compensation of employees, and this is the ceiling that the department cannot exceed as approved by Treasury. In terms of percentage, COE, it's 17.8%. For goods and services, an allocation of 402 million for the current financial year, which reflects a 16.5% in terms of percentage. For transfers and subsidies, an allocation of 1.4 billion, which is 61.2%. And on these transfers and subsidies, we have an allocation for SAT, which is 1.3 million for the current financial year. And for capital asset, which includes EPWP projects for the current financial year. We have 110 million allocated for that purpose with a percentage of 4.5%. We can go to the next slide. On the next slide is next slide, Petra. On the next slide is program 1. Its allocation per sub program. So we have 5 sub programs on program 1. 5 programs on 5 programs on program 1. Petra, you moved faster than me. Yes, it's 5 programs on program 1, and the allocation is 364 million for the entire financial year on program 1. And in terms of economic classification for program 1, compensation of employees is allocated 55.3%. Goods and services is 43.2% on program 1, and the total allocation allocated for program 1 is 364 million. On program 2, in terms of sub programs, we have 5. And the 5 includes South African tourism. As I've said, in terms of the allocation for SAT, we have 92.3% for the current financial year. And for the program itself of program 2, it's 7.7% budget allocated for program 2. And the total allocation, including SAT, is 1.4 billion. In terms of economic classification, program 2, COE, 5% is allocated for COE. In terms of goods and services, which is mostly projects under program 2, is 2.5%. Transfers and subsidies, it's SAT, which is 92.8%, and the total allocation is 1.4 billion in terms of the economic classification for program 2. For program 3, they have 4 programs, and maybe just to clarify, when the branch managers were presenting, they indicated that they have 3. So the 4th program includes the office of the DDG itself. So that's why when they were presenting, they presented 3 sub-programs, but in terms of the budget program, we have 4, including the office of the DDG. So for program 3, they have 4 sub-programs, 3.7% allocated to the office of the DDG, and most of the budget is allocated under working for tourism, which is 77.5 million. And this is the core of the department. That is where the EPWP budget is allocated. So the entire program 3 budget allocation is 331 million. In terms of economic classification on compensation of employees for program 3, 21% has been allocated for COE. Goods and services is 47.5%. It includes EPWP project, that is our core for the department, which is mainly skills, and 1.7%, which is 104 million, is allocated for EPWP projects, which is mainly for infrastructure related projects. So the total allocation in terms of the economic classification is 331 million. Program 4, which is our last program, they have 5 sub-programs, and the main budget allocation is for the tourism incentive program. That is also the main core of the department, with a percentage of 59.5%. In terms of the allocation is 197 million for the TIP program, and the total allocated for program 4 is 331 million budget. And then in terms of economic classification, 29% has been allocated for COE on program 4, and the for projects is under transfers and subsidies and also goods and services, which is allocated 54.8% for projects, and also under goods and services will also have some of the projects that the program is running, which is allocated at 15.8% of the budget of the budget, and the entire program is allocated 331%, and that is the end of the budget report. I will hand over back to the DG. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Sefo. Honorable Chairperson, that concludes the presentation from the department side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG, with the delegation of the DGs and other senior officials of the department. It's the second time that I noticed that the management is full of women, which is a good thing. Thank you very much, honorable members. Those are the presentations by the Department of Tourism. Can I now identify hands? I would like to take hands for the interaction with the presentation. I see a hand of Leharaba, Honourable Member Leharaba. A hand of Ishmael. If you are unable to raise your hand, your gadget is giving you a problem in raising your hand, please shout to the chairperson. Indicate, I see a hand of Linde, Member Linde. I see any member.
Chair, me.
The name of the voice, is it Muslim Mutli?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mutli.
Thank you, Chair Mashabela. Member Mashabela, Chair.
Mashabela. Is there another voice coming in? I see a hand of Hlongo. Okay. In that order, honorable members, let's see if we take 5 minutes to take us here. I think 5 minutes should be fine. 5 minutes each. Thank you very much. In that order, members, it's the Haraba, Ishmael, Linde, Mutli, Mashabela, Hlongo. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues.
Sorry. Just hold on, the Haraba. Yes.
Sorry, I'm struggling to raise my hand,
No,
but just note me.
Yeah, that's Silo. Member Silo. Okay. Is there another one talking on the background? Oh, okay. Oh, it's fine. Over to you, Member Haraba.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and our administrative component led by the DG, Mr. Vele. Thanks for the presentation on the departmental strategic planning. Out of the presentation, I have 3 or 4 things to understand in a form of questions. The first one is about the current initiative to our market destination. What strategies throughout the year and are not which are not seasonal, as encouraged by the white paper on the development of and promotion of tourism in South Africa. The second one, it's given that the tourism sector is highly susceptible to economic and environmental shocks. What strategies will be put in place over the medium term to boost its resilience, as well as speedily, and should any need arise? And then what is the roadmap that is going to take up to achieving the 15 million arrival target as set out in the National Development Plan? And what is the estimated impact in arrival and revenue spending from the much anticipated G20 summit? The last one, I just want to understand how are we going to ensure that the smaller player within the tourism value chain and those operating in the informal economy are going to find expression as we offer the diverse products and service offering. This also speaks to the inclusion of cultural and heritage tourism so that it boosts the rural economic economy. That's my 4 questions, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the DG and or the DDGs and the department. I also have about 3 or 4 questions, Chair. My first question is, DG, thank you for mentioning the white paper document and it's coming to Parliament. Maybe you can advise us because we are so much looking forward to the white paper tourism amendment bill. Maybe you can advise us when this will actually be initiated so that it comes to Parliament and to the committee so that we can actually interrogate it and to work a way forward so that this can be passed like ASAP so that we can have the difference on the ground implemented. My second question, with regard to infrastructure projects, I think DDG Shamila will know I basically, been asking these questions over and over again. I know you have said that, the department is trying to make sure that these DBSA actually completes its infrastructure projects on time. We have received a presentation sometime back and we've seen that while you have improved, I'm just wanting to know, are there any particular consequence management that you are implementing so that we ensure that these projects are actually finished on time and obviously these are ready for when we need our tourists to visit, etc. The issue of the 50 million arrivals, I think my colleague had just spoken on it, so I won't waste time. The route development program, can you give us, a breakdown of how much has been spent already? And can you provide the committee with a breakdown of the line items expenditure on the budget provided so that we know exactly where we are and where we're going to achieving our goals? My third question is with regard to safety risks. The DG mentioned the importance of this, and my question is that, can you provide a detailed implementation plan for the tourism strategy safety, including timelines, milestones, and the responsible parties with budget allocations? The reason why I'm saying this is because year in and year out, we are having the issue of, sorry about that, we are getting the issue of South Africa being portrayed as, a major risk factor, and we need to improve on this. So, what mechanisms will be put in place to review and evaluate the effectiveness of the tourism safety strategy, and what lessons will have been learned, and how will lessons be learned and be incorporated in future planning, so that we ensure that we're actually having a learning curve and improving going forward. And then, South Africa has already had some wins when you're looking at astrotourism and cruise tourism. What other tourism strategies are you looking at? I'm looking at, sports tourism, agritourism, things like that. Nothing much has been said on that, and I want to know how you actually incorporating this to boost our economy and the creation of jobs. And then, you've mentioned in Program 4, review of the tourism incentive program. When will this be done, and when will this be provided to the committee so that we can actually have a look at it and understand it better? And then my last question, I'm very interested in the investment ready project. Please, can you provide us with the full breakdown of these investment ready projects and, for the various investment platforms? I want to understand it better. I want to understand where we're going with it, and maybe give us a more of a clear direction of what we're looking at, and obviously what is going to be achieved by the
colleagues. I'm Chairperson. Good morning again, and thank you very much for the opportunity. My colleagues have asked most of the questions and concerns, but I just want to make a few comments as well, Chair. So thank you for the plan and for the presentation to the report from the department side. This is a plan that's got a strong vision. It's very ambitious. So my question is, what is the operational refinement? Because it's unfortunately that we couldn't see it in the report. So how are we going to execute all these plans that you have in this document? So, Chair, and I want to mention a few challenges on the implementation here of how well will the department achieve the targets with the reduced resources. I'm sure we're going to have the lower budget this year. And pertaining to digital transformation, while this plan advocates for digital maturity, it lacks specifics on timelines, funding, pilot projects. So the selection of digital maturity model is pending, which could delay any progress we have in this. So where's the stakeholder accountability, the roles for the private sector and local governments in executing these initiatives, like the infrastructure maintenance, etc. It's vague in the plan. The risk management, we don't see what risk management is being implemented. Let's say pertaining to the safety concerns, the climate change, as well as the skills mismatch. That is definitely one of the risks. Inclusivity, Chair, and transformation. While BBBEE is highlighted, the plan lacks the concrete steps to ensure that marginalized groups like the rural communities and women benefit from this growth. So I can go on, and I've identified the sustainability gaps and the monitor and evaluation gaps, Chair, but we need to see how are we going to execute this. And when you look at the plan for 2020 to 2025, and now this one, if we compare the two, we need to go and see, and I think Member Asina touched on this, the lessons learned. How much of the plan did we achieve until 2025 in that 5-year plan? I want to see if we achieved all of them or only partially, and what are we going to do to achieve all these plans? So that's the main question that I have, Chairperson, if we can get an answer from the department on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is it my turn now?
Yes, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. Most of the questions have been asked by the members. The thing is, the DG says, all these fancy figures that we have here. the arrivals, it's a tall ask. But you know what? If it works, we all pray this is going to work the way the DG is seeing it. That's what we want. The other thing is, Madam Chair, the G20 summit is coming up just now. I don't see any mentions being made about the amount of money we're going to be spending on this G20 because the budgets have been spoken about now, and I know we need resources there. How much of resources do we need to make sure we fund this G20? So if I don't see that's been spoken about, so I'd like to know exactly how much we going to be spending on that G20 summit. Thank you. Hello.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Motley. The following member is Member Mashabela.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ronaldo Mashabela, member of this committee from the EFM. Chair, our major interest is to see the tourism sector in the position it was in 2018 before COVID-19. Therefore, from page 24 to 25 of the 5-year strategic plan document of South African tourism, we should have been given achievements of 2018 as benchmarks of the 5-year plan. The question here is, do we have any target that is below 2018 achievements? The data has proven that our stronghold or major visitors come from African regions. Your projected expenditure report doesn't give any room for accountability. You're not even breaking it down into items. We want to see how much you are going to spend in the African continent as compared to regions outside the continent. We want to see how much you are going to spend on the summer campaign. Your report is silent on how you are going to spend the budget. And that is exactly what we want to hear. We want to know exactly where the money of the poorest is going to be spent. How are we going to account to South Africans when you are giving a silent report? Chair, the department did a proper breakdown of how they are going to spend the money. They accounted for every cent given to them. The department is transparent enough for us to tell South Africans where their money is going. If you go to page 26 of the department's APP, you will find that they even break down how they are going to spend their money to a point where they give you the total money they are going to spend on paying their employees. This transparency is not there in South African tourism APP. Unless, Chair, the South African tourism CFO can respect us now to give a decent report now. I move for the APP of South African tourism to be rejected until they come back with a decent and transparent APP like the department. What if they are going to spend it on wrong things that, like the Tottenham Hotspur saga? Thank you, Chair.
Can the members be very mindful that we are still dealing with the department? Later we'll come to the entity. On that note, the next member to follow is Member Shongo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me greet the department led by the DG and also welcome the presentation. Chairperson, as one of my members had mentioned that We want to see the tourism sector grow, and we want to see the tourism sector creating jobs, especially for the youth of this country, the disadvantaged, and those in the rural areas of the country. Chairperson, my question then will be, how will the tourism, or how will tourist safety be enhanced going forward, and what work is being done to manage with the perception and improve South Africa's reputation as it relates to tourism safety? Then secondly, considering the budget constraints, how are you maintaining tourism infrastructure, working with the SANBI and other entities with which falls under different portfolios? And then again, I want to know, what practical mechanism will you put in place to increase the tourism sector's contribution to inclusive economic growth? And what programs, initiatives will you put in place that the ordinary citizen can interact with? On the annual performance plan, to what extent do the community projects identified in the presentation cover villages, townships, and small dorpies? Also, I'd want to know, are there 400 work opportunities created through the Working for Tourism projects, long-term and short-term work opportunities, and what role is the department playing in creating more sustainable jobs opposed to short-lived opportunities that leave many people from our villages and vulnerable communities unemployed? And which implementing agent has the TEF migrated to, and what disbursement strategy and procedure will be followed? Will applications be reopened again? And I also want to know, how is the 1,500 of tourism monitors divided amongst the 9 provinces, and what informs?
I want to
Chairperson?
Moodley, Mr. Moodley, your office behind. Please mute.
Thank you, Chair. How is the 1,500 tourism monitors divided amongst the 9 provinces, and what informs the allocation? And also, Chairperson, on that note, the department should also come with an exit plan for these tourism monitors, because once they are done with that learnership, they are placed nowhere. They just come back wandering around in our societies. So we want a long-term type of or initiatives that will benefit young people, not these short terms that don't even have an exit plan as to when they finish, or when this year of this learnership or internship finishes, where do they go? And then what mechanism will be put in place to measure the impact of the skills initiatives that the department have put in place? Chairperson, thank you. That would be my questions for this presentation, Chair.
It's your turn, member Mayecho.
Thank you, Chair, and then good morning to the department and the entity, and to honorable members. Chair, most of I think that the inputs and the questions raised here by colleagues are partly covered, except that, Chair, in the same breath on the presentation by the department, I want to move to the issue of the legislative and the policy advice, which I want to propose that as a committee, Chair, we should urge the minister to table the Tourism Amendment Act to Parliament within the tenure of the 7th administration, Chair. And if not, the minister should therefore provide a cogent reasons why the Tourism Amendment Act will not be tabled to Parliament. And Chair, in terms of the issue of the Domestical Strategy 2012, the National Heritage and cultural tourism strategy. As the committee chair, I think that also these ones, we need to review all these sector strategies that are more than 5-year-old. And this is according to the UN tourism recommendations. So we need to review them because in line with the UN tourism recommendations, we are allowed to do that as Parliament. And then also, Chair, the question which I have for the department in terms of the very same point that I'm making is that does the minister plan to introduce this tourism amendment bill to Parliament within the tenure of the 7th administration, as I proposed earlier on? And then moving forward on another question, Chair, is that what has the department done about the number of projects? And this, I think, it's a follow-up and it's raised by colleagues. As done about the number of projects in which the Development Bank of South Africa has missed in terms of the completion of the completion date that previously was presented by the DBSA on the outstanding projects that are still incomplete, and we still yet as a committee to receive a progress report on the very same project, because it is important to know where is the money going in as far as these projects are concerned. And then the second last question to the department, Chair, when does the department intend to fill the positions of the DTG General for Corporate Service, Chair? And I think that this is quite important, Chair, that we are updated as to what will be a time frame in this regard. The last question, Chair, is that on the very same breath in terms of the projects, will the minister consider redirecting budget for maintenance projects implemented in facilities owned by other government departments to implement department tourism generated projects? That, of course, will foster transformation and tourism development in general. And if yes, Chair, can we get a breakdown? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for your engagement. Over to you, DG. You structure yourselves how you would want to respond, whether you want to lead or the other DDGs start and then you close. But if you lead at the end, you feel that there are gaps, you can still come back and cover after the other DDGs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members for those questions. I'm going to request that we start with program 3. The bulk of the questions around infrastructure maintenance. After program 3, we will go to program 4, issues around safety and some of the experience-related issues on the delivery model, and then we come back to program 2. There are some questions that will be answered most, I think I would say about 30% or so to the next presentation by SAT, and then I'll come back once the colleagues have given us their inputs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Honourable Chair, honourable members, I'll deal with the questions related to infrastructure. With regards to infrastructure projects, there is certainly consequent management that is implemented in line with whichever contract is in place with implementing agents as well as the actual implementers. So there are penalties that are levied for late performance or for non-performance. Those levies are in terms of the funding. On all of these contracts, there is a retention fee that is held until the end of a project. And essentially, payment is only made once there is sign-off on the quality of the work and also on the correct scope of work being completed. I think ultimately, in terms of consequence management, where there is continued non-performance and failure to deliver, there is a termination of contracts, and we have unfortunately effected that on a few of our projects where, despite continued opportunities to remediate problems on sites, contractors have not been able to do so. And in those instances, those contracts are then terminated. Where there is a pattern of non-performance by contractor or very severe transgressions in terms of non-performance, those are reported to Treasury so that there is a blacklisting of contractors. In terms of the projects that we implement with various entities, I think this was a question from Honorable Songo. We do implement tourism projects in partnership with various entities. There are 14 projects that we're currently working with various entities. These range from, for example, Sand Parks and the South African National Biodiversity Institute's SANBI, Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism, KwaZulu-Natal. So there are various entities that we implement tourism projects in. In terms of the partnership agreements that we have with those entities, it is essentially where it's possible, we have joint funding on projects. We don't actually pay implementing fees to those various entities. And I think that there was a related question which asked how many of our projects are in villages and rural areas. All of the projects that we implement in destination development, I would say, are actually located in areas that are considered to be rural, even when they are implemented in provinces like Gauteng and the Western Cape. They're still located in areas that are defined in those provinces as less visited and as rural. In terms of our investment-ready projects, Honorable Ishmael, we are in fact making a call now for a pipeline of projects, and I think that the investment-ready projects will be available and ready in time for the Tourism Investment Summit in September. Those will be made public knowledge. The process that we are going through now is to work with various partners to do an assessment of the projects that we receive and to ensure that they go through the proper project packaging pipeline in order for them to be announced as investment ready. I think that we work with various entities across the country to actually enhance the tourism infrastructure. Some of those projects, as I've mentioned, are included in our APP this year. 14 of them that we're working with various entities across the country. And I think that there's a question around work opportunities. The work opportunities that we define in our APP, in terms of the expanded public works program, those are short-term work opportunities. They're not permanent work opportunities. The funding that we receive basically specifies the parameters of the creation of work opportunities. So those are temporary work opportunities. I think then the last question relates to the issue of strategies. Part of the work that we're doing, Honorable Ishmael, on our partnership plan with different departments is to look at the work that is prioritized in the 7th administration, and to work out the plan of what are the key areas then of focus, working in partnership with other government departments, we are going to outline. So that detail will be contained once we have concluded our work on our partnership plan. I believe those are all the questions for program 3. DG, back to you, or to DG Sitwaba, I think.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chetty. And thank you very much for the questions. On the issue of safety, we are still implementing the safety strategy, which has got initiatives in terms of making sure that we enhance visitor experience. Some of these initiatives are the implementation of the tourism monitors, being able to raise awareness within our localities on the importance of tourism, employment of technology for us to be able to be proactive in terms of preventing crime and also to ensure the safety of tourists. This strategy is a result of a forum which consists mainly of our collaboration with law enforcement agencies, such as the South African Police Services, such as those that are on the road in terms of managing our roads to ensure that people are safe, including tourists being directed accordingly. We are also collaborating with the private sector in terms of making sure that they bring their own experience and whatever that they can bring to ensure that tourists that are headed to their facilities are safe. The question in terms of how we are going to divide the 1,005 tourism monitors, as part of the safety strategy with the private sector, we have agreed that we will work together in terms of identification of hotspots, what we will normally call hotspots. These are high volume tourist attractions where you will find tourists in high volumes visiting these attractions, but at the same time looking at our experience in terms of the likelihood of incidences in those areas. We work with provinces as well to ensure that where there's a demand, depending on the volume of tourists and also the likelihood of incidences, we then apportion the number of tourism monitors. There was a question about the exit plan, and thank you for the observations. In the plan, one of the targets that we have is that we are going to collaborate with the pathway management networks. These are networks that have been designated to facilitate the creation of jobs, and tourism will be participating. We are meeting with them in terms of determining the pathways for not only tourism monitors, but those that we are capacitating in terms of our skills program. I'm talking about, Honorable Chair, pathway managers such as Harambe, the YES program, and we will be meeting with any other networks that have got a similar approach and a similar mandate to ensure that our youth are employed. Now they have a database, and we are depositing our youth that we have trained in those database. They've got the ability to be able to develop further training where the youth will require a training so that they can increase the chances of finding employment. And they have a database of potential employers. So there is that chance that the youth that we are training, when deposited into those databases, there will be chances, and they do contact this youth when there's opportunities for them to apply. They do that, and it also informs us in terms of what employers are looking out there, so that we are able to train our youth within tourism with the right and skills to be able to ensure their chances of finding employment. On the review of the incentive program, this is our annual target. There's quite a number of lessons that we have learned as we were implementing these 4 incentive programs. We are going to be looking at the criteria where there's a need for us to look at the criteria. We are not going to do it by ourselves as the department, but there will be quite a consultation with role players so that we can understand what areas we should be able to support our SMMEs on. To promote inclusive growth, our enterprise development program is going to be reviewed so that we can be better aligned with the priorities of government, which is inclusive growth, and also to make sure that when we talk about growth, we enable SMMEs for them to be able to give us those needed jobs. Currently, we are providing financial and non-financial support. Non-financial support to be able to promote their resilience. This is where we provide them with business development and support, financial literacy, increase their marketing mechanisms for them to be able to issues around human resources, how they can capacitate their staff, quite a whole range of them being able to run their businesses profitably. I believe DG will talk a little bit about the transition stage that we are in with regards to the tourism equity fund. I believe, Chairperson, I have been able to answer the questions that related to safety, the review of the incentive program, inclusive growth and job creation by SMEs, and also on the 1,005 that will be deployed across provinces. Thank you. Thanks very much.
I think I'm the next one. I'm speaking mainly, Chair, to issues around how do we see the implementation of this? How do we plan for successful implementation of our projects? I think one of the key areas, as I had indicated as one of the targets in the APP, is the capacity alignment exercise that we intend to undertake now in the first 9 months of the year, having finalized the alignment of the departmental plan to the medium-term development plan that was approved in by Parliament quite recently. So we have finalized this plan that we are presenting to you, but we know that we have to now, with speed, review our entire environment. We have to think about where do we see leakages in capacity one member was talking about the fact that we are probably going to be having a smaller budget. We need to look at our whole environment. First, strengthening ourselves on what we need, in what capacity we need in order to deliver, but identify areas of leakages or inefficiencies that redirect our resources in a manner that makes us inefficient. So we, in part, it's going to have to be a review of our entire policy environment, particularly on the corporate side, to each other within the organization, but as well to the public that we serve, what standard operating procedures we have, and what efficiencies do they bring in order to free some capacity for us to focus on the delivery of this plan. Another quite important strategy that you are hearing more and more about in this presentation today from the DDGs is about how do we partner to expand our collaborating with other, particularly state entities, but with other stakeholders who share our interests. So you would have heard DG Sedaba was just now talking about in the skills environment, the sector skills environment, how they are collaborating with pathway management organizations, how DG Shamila Chetia, for instance, was talking about the collaboration that they are going to have with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in relation to heritage sites. So more and more, we are seeing opportunities across the state to collaborate more in order to expand our reach and do more with the little that we have. So we are revisiting our entire change management approach to provide guidance organizationally on how we manage this this transition that we are in right now. So and being a public entity, being a regulated environment, and it can the regulations, which as a corporate citizen we have no option and we have no desire not to live to those regulations. We have to find a way to bring in efficiencies with those regulations as setting parameters for us, and therefore the focus on improving our corporate policy of the leakages in terms of time and capacity we see do not necessarily require major policy changes or major intervention. Sometimes it's literally just to make progress. I do want to say that also we in order to enable this monitoring, members are concerned about, in other words, how are you going to make sure that you are making progress and you are delivering on your targets? Strengthening our monitoring our monitoring capacity by making sure that detailed risk mitigation plans for all the risks that are provided, and we capture them and we track them quite regularly through our quarterly reporting mechanisms, but also through our management structures, and ensuring that the budget is going where it's supposed to go, the deliverables are being implemented within the timeframes that are set in order to achieve these targets. So in essence, reviewing our entire environment to identify areas of efficiency and close all the leakages in terms of capacity, and making sure that we do more partnering, especially within the public service, but also with our private stakeholders to expand our reach, and then making sure that we those changes that we have are within our power to adjust and tweak to achieve efficiencies, we implement and we strengthen the monitoring of the commitments we have made to yourselves here, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, Honourable members. With regard to the questions for program 2, I think some questions around the G20 and the budget for the G20 summit. Of course, from our perspective and from my perspective, I can speak about the tourism work stream and not necessarily about the summit, as that is led by DIRCO and the presidency. From the tourism work stream side, there's quite a number of events of the tourism work stream. Of course, we have the technical working group meetings, 3 of them planned. The first one already happened, which was a virtual meeting, and then culminating into the ministerial meeting that is planned for September. Then in addition to that, as requested by Cabinet and by DIRCO and the Presidency, the Minister, together with the Deputy Minister and the Portfolio Committee, together with the province, will also undertake outreach programs. And we will also be hosting investment summit that DDG Chetye spoke about, as well as a hackathon, which we are planning. Now, initially, budget estimates from the department side, I would say, of course, there's also a contribution from South African Tourism, but from the department side, our estimate was around 19 million rand. But I should also add, honourable members, that subsequently we have promises of a number of sponsorships that is Mpumalanga province, together with KZN province, is also bringing commitments to the table. So I expect that once we have finalized the agreements and got it and we submitted it through the sponsorship committee at DIRCO, and all of those are materialized, our physical budget at the end might be less than our original estimates, but we are in the process of finalizing, getting commitments on paper and submitting it through the sponsorship and budget committee at DIRCO. In terms of the white paper and the tourism amendment bill, yes, of course, the white paper, as committee members know, was approved by Cabinet towards the end of last year. And we are finalizing the framework for ministers' approval, noting that, of course, policy is within her mandate. And our plans and our commitment is, honourable members, that we will certainly introduce it back into education, and we really are planning to do so, to introduce it into Cabinet in the next financial year. So we really would like to go through consultation this year, finalize and introduce it into Cabinet in the next financial year. I'm sure South African Tourism will speak to the route development program, as well as the money spent in Africa and the summer campaign. Of course, we are working with them in the execution of those programs, but they will speak to the amount of money that is allocated to those. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I think that's the questions that are relevant to.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Thanks, colleagues, for that input. Honourable Chairperson, on the issue of just to say, I was listening to DDG Malan, and what I heard hear whether it's 19 or 90. And I just want to say it's 19. So that we with regards to the budget around the G20, not 90. On the tourism equity fund, we are currently in a transition period. We are speaking to two DFIs. We would have been speaking to 3 DFIs, but unfortunately, the first DFI, the third DFI would have been a DFI we started with in the first, but did not really appeal much because it was more about the money that we are actually giving, as opposed to them coming on board as well with regards to the overall facility. The second one that we also could have been speaking to, unfortunately, happens to be a DFI with whom we have a relationship and an existing fund. So we wouldn't be going back to put more money on a separate facility altogether, whilst we've got a facility which we actually also recapitalized the last year. That would be the NEF. And then the two other DFIs that we are actually speaking to, one is the Public Investment Commission, and the second one is the Development Bank of Southern Africa, the banking side of it, not the side that we work with currently that deals with infrastructure. And we will take it from there in terms of which of these two will be offering a better deal, so to say, for us to be able to maximize, but also the requisite capacity to be able to roll this out with the desired speed, but also the support systems that would also be offered carry over. So it's a seeding process. We had provided for seeding of the contract in the original agreement as we signed with the current implementing agent. We will be, as they seed that particular contract, all the applicants that were there will be considered, and everyone whomsoever had already been granted would continue to have disbursements and all those kinds of processes that follow the process of approval. Let me call it that. So there won't be any of the move to the other side, and once that is concluded, if they were those that had not yet reached the final stages, they would still go through the processes, the normal processes, and so on. And if there are those that had already reached that, they would then follow the processes that the contracting and the disbursements, as I said. So that is with regards to TF. We are pushing quite hard. I'm basically meeting with the CEO weekly, with the teams, to make sure that this process moves a lot more faster. I have already had my meetings with the chairperson of the board on the other side, with the entity that is currently implementing, so that all matters that would require finalization by the board are also finalized, so that is well underway, and we are hoping to conclude that process soon, so that we can then recommence with the process of approvals as they are. Then on the issue of legislation, the intention is that it will be within the term, within the current term of Parliament. It will definitely be within that sort of duration. The specificity on when exactly I would humbly request, Honorable Chairperson, that I leave that to the Honorable Minister in terms of that level of specificity of the Minister. We have taken note of the recommendations that have been made, the specific recommendations amongst which is the review of the existing strategies that have been there for a considerably longer period of time. We have taken note of that, and we have also taken, we'll communicate also to the Minister that there is a request from Parliament that we should speed up the process of the bill. When DLG Malan was presenting, one of the things that she indicated, she highlighted, was that we would the direction that Minister is pointing us to is that rather prioritize certain aspects that would need to be dealt with immediately. And in this regard, the one area that is prioritized is the whole aspect of the short-term rentals in terms of that particular framework. So that might be more than one tablings, or if we are able to fast track, then it probably would be within that. But Minister is of the view that prioritize where possible. Just to the one that I think the second last issue was the issue about the resilience and how we're going to make sure that this resilience actually does take place, and we do have a resilient sector and so on. Amongst which particularly was the one on the environmental aspects and the economic aspects. What we will do, Honorable Chairperson, is to conduct vulnerability assessment. The reason why we are saying we would want to do this vulnerability assessment particularly from the environmental point of view, or what advisory to provide, we should be able to say what is the problem. And we should also be able to have a sense of how big is the problem that we are dealing with, so that whatever we are providing subsequently is rationalized. So the whole notion of vulnerability is so that when we say these are the interventions that may assist us to be more resilient, it's informed by the actual problem, but also the scale of that particular problem per se. On the economic side, the one aspect of it is that we will have to do continuous monitoring of the environment, so that we have got a better understanding and a better insight into what do we need to do. And I do believe that from SA Tourism, they've got that capacity to be able to, from time to time, to see whether are we moving towards a direction that now requires us the kind of focus that we've been having. As an example, if we have got inflation in South Africa, high inflation, and the consumer is completely stretched, it makes sense for us to invest a lot more globally to be able to get as much money into the country as possible, including getting the necessary foreign currencies and so on into the country. But if we've got an economy that is buzzing in the country and people are doing well, they've got lots of disposable income and so on, we need to target that and make sure that we retain most of that money at home from a tourism perspective. So it's going to be sort of something that we've got to make sure that consistently. We spoke to the issue of the consequence management, and I suppose in the main, I just want to highlight something here, Honorable Chairperson, that we have sourced the DBSA. The DBSA then becomes the agent that is overseeing this particular implementation. So our go-to person is the DBSA. And we then require of the DBSA to do whatever it is that we have actually said. When the accountability issues come in, those should be with regards to the contract that we've got with the DBSA. So from time to time, we do write to them. Personally, I also do write to them to say, I've gone to this project, this is what I've seen, what are the issues, and so on. And we are now picking up that internally they are also taking their own staff members that would have been found wanting in relation to such projects to task. And in some instances, we've heard of people that have even left the organization. It's something that I think it's in the right direction. What I wanted to just highlight, I have not, Didi spoke about blacklisting. I have not seen that one yet. I have not seen the actual blacklisting as yet. But the one thing that I've experienced with the ones that we attempted from our side internally, when we get to Treasury, what they've been telling us in most instances is, please wait. We need you to come here with a court order. And the matter sits on the roll for a considerably long period of time. And by the time we are actually going to get that decision from the courts, the person would have been doing business. The person would have been doing business, even though the person would not have been doing business perhaps with us, but the person would have been doing business. And it is because of the accounting officers that you want to actually say, I can't use this person, but you're not involved in the procurement. And your specifications can't say so and so cannot be involved. So it's a very difficult environment. It's a very, very difficult environment. I'm saying this within the context of the fact that you have knowledge of there is a transgression. You have even gone as far as suspension of the project and moved on, but you don't have a court decision. Absolutely no way that you're going to be able to say this person can no longer trade completely. So those are some of the things that I'm hoping that as we progress, they're actually going to improve, and there could be a better way of actually identifying culprits where someone is already found by the AG wanting, already found by forensic investigation wanting, but you can't actually go ahead and so by the courts. So that's not easy. It's a very, very difficult and challenging environment, so to say. But I will stop there, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DDGs and the other officials of the department led by the DG for those responses. We are on time. Number of members, almost all members saved some time, and those minutes were transferred to the department for responses, and indeed we are on time. Member Mashabela has indicated that later she might experience a power cut, and I want to, before we break, to say that there was a question that she asked that relates to the South African tourism. DG, maybe during break, if you can just transfer that question to the delegation of South African tourism, so that when the time comes after presentation for members to ask questions, and Member Mashabela is experiencing a power pro challenge, then that question can be responded to as her question. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think we should break now. We shall have our lunch. Yes.
Sorry, Chair, my hand is up.
Yes, Honorable Shongo.
Chairperson, I just have a follow-up question. Should I continue, Chair?
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, my follow-up question is on the question that I asked of entities the department work with to enhance the tourism infrastructure. And I think it was DGG Setwaba that responded to that. Chair, in Mpumalanga province, the SAFCOL, which is under the Department of Forestry, Fishery and Environmental Affairs, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, they are fencing all waterfall sites in Mpumalanga, saying that tourists die there, which I think, Chair, can be avoided by putting these tourism monitors that the department has capacitated with skills. Now, Chair, my question would be, does the department do oversight and monitor the work of these entities that they have partnered with? And then secondly, on the G20, that's a follow-up on the G20 that was asked by Honorable Moodley. I think the DDG responsible for that question mentioned the G20 ministerial visits, I think Mpumalanga also. And me being from Mpumalanga, Chair, I've never even seen a poster or billboard that that ministerial visit will be happening. And I think it's in June or July somewhere that it's closed. But there's no any form of it in any billboards of anything. Now, how will the department ensure that this G20 benefits SMMEs and those that still want to grow within the sector, Chair? And I would also recommend, Chairperson, that rural tourism sites be visited during this tourism or during these G20 visits. Thanks, Chair. Those are my follow-ups.
Some were comments and then some were questions. In 1 minute, DG, who is responding?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to Honorable Shongo for the question. Honorable Chairperson, we don't have any relationship formally with SAFCOL at all. The entities that we work with under the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and the Environment are the National Biodiversity Institute and National Parks, and the East Mangaliso Wetlands Park Authority. I do think that through DDG Chetia and the relationship with the other department, we will follow up. Is it closed for completely no access? And I think we would probably also need the provincial department, because they have been working with those entities from a perspective of saying these are sites, we market them, and so on. So I do think it's a matter that we will take back and try and find a way to understand it better as we move forward. G20 is the tourism ministerial. The one that is closer is the working group that is chaired at the level of officials, which I chair, and that is the one that is taking place now in May. but the other one is taking place in September. The branding, interestingly, we were discussing this a week ago in terms of the finalization and so on. So all of the branding material and all that is actually being put in place will be visible, particularly at the airport and so on. But the airport in Mpumalanga. I've also seen a big board that was put by Mpumalanga. I'll send it to the committee secretary. That was put by Mpumalanga. I think it was put by the province. But there will be quite a lot of branding that will then come with that. But the actual date is September, and I do believe that Minister will sometime sooner. We have taken note of the rural visits. There is a whole plan that the colleagues have been working on, which is inclusive of excursions, but also inclusive of memorabilia and all those kinds of things. And those are some of the opportunities that are actually going to be accessed by the SMEs within the province as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. And the team would like you to work on the following. The operation model should not be limited to the budget resort, but include all community-based infrastructure projects implemented by the department. The department should conduct robust monitoring of South African tourism as the entity receives about 54% of the budget allocated to the vote. The department should present the partnership model to the committee as soon as it is finalized. This should provide clear partnerships with private sector and across the three spheres of government. It should also be clear on how the marketing budget available across various stakeholders will be leveraged. In addition to the identified pathways to find job opportunities, the department should develop its own exit plan for people trained in various skills programs. For example, the department may involve the Tourism Business Council of South Africa to provide employment opportunities for people trained through demand-led skills programs. The minister should table the Tourism Amendment Act, and the timeline should be provided as to when this will be done. The department should consider identifying and implementing large tourism projects in line with the revised public-private partnership as announced by the President during SONA. These should be reflected in the annual performance plan once the PPP's model has been finalized. The department should develop a comprehensive risk mitigate strategy to address all the tourism-related risks. This may include developing climate change adaptation plan. The department should provide a committee with detailed digital transformation initiatives to enhance efficiencies in delivering on the 5-year plan, on the 5-year strategic plan. The matter of prioritizing certain aspects of the tourism sector should not be circumvent the tabling of the Tourism Amendment Bill to Parliament. The amendments are not only in relation to short-term rentals. It is therefore imperative that the department indicates when the Tourism Amendment Bill will be introduced to Parliament. Thank you very much. If you have an answer on the last comment, you are free to respond to DG. If not, it's something that you take back and work on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We'll take it back and get direction from Minister. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much with your delegation for the attendance of this meeting. Members, is it okay if we come back at 1, or you still want your 10 minutes extra to come back at 1:10? We are now at 12:39.
1 is fine, Chair.
Is that
It's
support?
in order with me, ma'am.
Supported. Supported. Thank you very much. Let's come back at 1. We are having lunch. I will come back with the South African tourism. DG, you are coming back, isn't it?
Yes, it comes with the, Thank you.
The rest of the team, those that are not coming back, thank you very much for your attendance. The meeting is adjourned for the lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome.
Point this song is a presentation. The song, can you guys see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Afternoon, welcome back, members. Are we all back, or shall we wait a minute? Tisam?
Madam Chair, I'm doing the roll call quickly.
That's 1 minute. Okay.
Okay.
We're back.
Yeah, the members are back. Yeah.
The SAT is the SAT in the platform on the platform?
Yes, Chair. SAT is also on the platform.
Okay. So all systems to go.
I've just shared the latter part of the program, Chair, for the agenda.
Thank you very much, Committee Sec. As I indicated in the morning, members, we are back from the break. Now we are expected to receive a briefing by the South African Tourism on the strategic plan and annual performance plan for 2025-26 financial year, which will be followed by an interaction between the members and the entity led by the DG and the senior management of the entity. And then later we'll deal with our in-house matters as they appear on the agenda. Thank you very much. Let me just show my face because the SAT was not in attendance during the first session. That's me, Lungi Mganga-Cabashe, the chairperson of the portfolio committee. You are all welcome. SAT delegation to this meeting. I would like now to switch off the video so that we have a good network. Thank you very much. Having welcomed all of you, let me now proceed to the DG, whether the DG would like to introduce the delegation. DG Vele.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We have a full delegation from SAT that is inclusive of the chairperson of the board, Professor Gregory Davis, and the CEO, together with I will, in the interest of time, hand over to Prof to introduce the remainder of the delegation, as well as.
Let me extend my special welcome to the chairperson, Prof, who always make time for our meeting. That is very much appreciated. For Prof, you are welcome on behalf of the board of the SAT. Over to you, Chairperson, Prof.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Chairperson, good afternoon, as well as the honorable members of PC, the DG and colleagues. Chairperson, from SAT side, we with the EO, and then I've also all the executives of SAT is also present, the Chief Operating Officer, the CMO, the Chief Strategic Officer, as well as the Acting CFO. Our task of SAT is to present to the Portfolio Committee the 5-year strategic plan, the annual performance plan, and the associated budget. The 5-year, just at the high level, the 5-year strategic plan is grounded within the legislative and regulatory framework. In particular, to point out, we've started with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996, the National Development Vision of 2030, the Tourism Act, as well as, importantly, the alignment with the key priorities. The next 5 years, South African tourism want to focus on 4 outcomes that which we will present in our presentation. And in the second part, after the strategic 5-year strategic plan, we will present our annual performance plan, and then, as I've indicated, the budget. Chairperson, our approach this afternoon in our presentation will be that the CEO will start the presentation on the 5-year strategic plan. The strategy officer, Sia, that will then focus on the annual performance plan, and lastly, the acting CFO, Takalani, will then focus on the budget associated to that. Chairperson, with your permission, I would want to hand over to the CEO so that we can start the presentation, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, as well as honorable members, DG, our own Chairperson of the South African Tourism Board, as well as our colleagues on the call. Honorable Chairperson, thank you for affording us the opportunity to present our strategic plan as well as the annual performance plan for the financial year ending 2026. As the Chairperson of the board has guided, I will present the strategic plan and then hand over to my colleagues, Mr. Siam Tetra, to take us through the annual performance plan. We also have the acting CFO on the call, who will then deal with the financials at the end of the annual performance plan. Chair, in the opening remarks, and I'm on slide 2, thank you, Petra, which shows the flow of the presentation. The Chair had already touched on the legislative and policy mandates, the detail of which are sitting on slide 4, which deals with the constitution mandate, which underpins the work that we do. I'm on slide 4, please, Petra. We do reference our constitutional mandate. We also, on the same slide, Chair and honorable members, also confirmed that South African Tourism was established as a Schedule 3A public entity in terms of Section 9 of the Tourism Act 3 of 2014. So the work that we do as well is also guided by the Tourism Act. On the next slide, Chair, we then give an extract from the Tourism Act, number 3 of 2014, and also then show that the work that we do, and in fact, when Mr. Siam Tetra goes through the annual performance plan and talks to the work that we do and account for at the program level, that work, honorable members and Chairperson of Portfolio Committee, is also linked to the different sections of the Tourism Act, which we have divided into 4 segments. The first one being information systems. So when we then, honorable members, talk to program 2 of the annual performance plan, we account for the work that we do around data collection as well as insights that we use for decision making, especially when we then invest in different markets, and it's the work that our insights and analytics team will then invest in, as detailed in the annual performance plan, which will take honorable members through. Chair, Section 2 deals with the core mandate of South African Tourism as a destination marketing organization, with the key functions being the marketing of South Africa to as a domestic as well as an international tourist destination. So that particular work is accounted for in program 3 of the annual performance plan. We also then go, the next one talks to us marketing South African tourism products and facilities internationally and domestic. So it's also program 3, but there's also program 4 that also touches the other bullet point that talks to establishing a national conventions bureau. So that's where we account for business tourism activities in program 4.
The other key extract from the Tourism Act that guides the work that we do and also underpins what we've included in our strategic plan as well as the annual work that we do, Chair. That work is accounted for in the annual performance plan as part of Program 5, where we deal with issues of quality assurance, so where we grade, as well as the visitor experience element of the work that we do. But Section 28 of the Tourism Act actually provides a foundation of the work that happens in Program 5 of the annual performance plan. And then the last section deals, which is 4, deals with resource and risk management, which is Section 11 of the Tourism Act. The work that we do to respond to the resource and risk management element of the Tourism Act, honorable members, is accounted for mainly in Program 1, where the corporate support program, but we also know that we do have investment in form of leases in country offices where we do marketing in Asia, Africa, as well as Europe as some of our key source markets. That work would then be accounted for as part of Program 3, which is the brand and marketing element, as well as the tourism execution work that we do. Honorable members, I'm going to go to the next slide, which is slide 6. And this slide shows, again, the legislation as well as the policies at a high level that informed the strategic plan for the period 2025 to 2030, as well as the annual performance plan for the financial year ended 31 March 2026. And we've structured the presentation or the slide in such a way that it shows national alignment as well as how we work with the sector. And then lastly, then at a granular level, the work that South African tourism as an entity working with and guided by the DG, the Department of Tourism, the work that we would then do from an institutional policy perspective. So Chair, just to confirm on that particular slide that from a national alignment long range developmental policy, we do take into account the NDP Vision 2030. And then from a medium-term policy perspective, we are guided by GNU priorities as well as the MTDP for the period starting 2024 to 2029. And then from a tourism sector policy perspective, we are also guided by the NTSS that ends in 2026, as well as the TSMP for the financial year 2023. And lastly, the tourism BBBE charter. And then what we are presenting to honorable members today is the institutional alignment, which talks to the 5-year strategy plan, as well as the APP that will then link to the markets that we will also be focusing on, Chair. Chair, I'm going to move to the next slide. Thank you, Petra. Next slide that shows that as we present our plans and as we do the work of marketing South Africa as a destination for both business and leisure tourism, we have identified key markets to grow tourism, especially in the next 5 years. So as part of our investment portfolio to drive arrivals and spend, we will focus firstly on Africa. Members, with our numbers, I mean, when we reported, I think just over 8 million arrivals, and based on latest stats, and more than 6 million on those numbers were coming from the continent. So they were coming from Africa. So Africa remains a critical part of the work that we do. And even in the next 5 years, we are going to focus on that particular segment or key source market for us to continue to grow numbers from Africa. And when the CFO speaks to the finances, will also touch on in Program 3 what the investment is going to be. Chair, we've also, through our insights and analytics teams, know that from an Asia perspective, there's a large outbound opportunity, particularly from China and India. So those are growth markets for South African tourism. And even in this particular strategic plan and APP, we will then drive marketing activities to ensure that South Africa benefits from arrivals as well as spend from those markets. We will continue to also do the work in some of the more mature markets that we've had, for the past couple of financial years, like your Europe as well as the in the US and Canada, so that we also benefit from an arrivals as well as spend perspective. We also have what we call in the block the key watch list markets for growth, mainly in the Middle East, Chair, where we've seen that from a spend perspective, these markets we've benefited, especially in 2024, that whilst the numbers in terms of arrivals are not as high as the ones would get from Europe and even from our own continent, Africa, there is an opportunity from a spend perspective that those arrivals from the Middle East actually contribute a high amount of spend per arrivals when compared to other segments. Again, on this slide, we confirm that our target is to get more than 15 million arrivals by the end of 2030, and we'll do that by focusing on these markets. We'll go into detail on the actual marketing activities that we will be doing when Mr. Mthethwa takes us through the annual performance plan. Chair, on the next slide, which talks to our vision and mission, which is detailed in our strategic plan. Again, it's confirmation of the key work that we do, which is to attract the domestic market, to grow domestic tourism by attracting locals to travel as well as global travelers. So it's to grow the international side of tourism. The key thing with the vision here, it's the inclusion of richness of South Africa and the people of South Africa. And this vision, Chair, talks to South Africa having a vast and diverse tourism offerings, which we want our visitors to experience. But we also want that the work that we do in marketing South Africa as a destination for tourism, that it also benefits the people of South Africa. The mission that we have talks to our marketing work that we do, Chair and honorable members, both in the holiday and leisure space, as well as in the business tourism side, and also links to the work that we account for in program 5 of our APP, which is the quality assurance work that we do. And then just on the next section talks about our strategic pillars that then drive the work that we do. So the first one talks about the tourism brand work that we do. So it's the brand and marketing work that we do, accounted for in program 3 of the annual performance plan. Chair, we also have the work in the next column where we talk about leading and the advancement of quality assurance. So that talks to the visitor experience as well as quality assurance work that we do. We account for that in program 5 of the annual performance plan. And then the last column talks about being a trusted advisor as well as a thought leader, and talks about delivering tourism intelligence. So that talks to the work that we account for in program 2 of our annual performance plan, which is the insights and analytics work that we do, that then informs the decisions for where we then invest the finances of South African tourism. And then we then have the last section that we have there, is that everything that we then do is underpinned by resourcing through having the best people do the work, as well as leveraging technology to ensure that we are able to then deliver on our mandate. Chair, the next slide talks to our impact statement as well as outcomes. So I'm on slide 11 of the strategic plan presentation. So this particular slide, Chair, confirms that all the work that we do, even in the annual APP, which the CSO will take us through, is aimed at driving sustainable economic growth, job creation, as well as inclusive benefits for the people of South Africa, while adhering to sustainability or sound sustainability practices. I'm going to move to the next slide, Chair, which is slide 12. Again, this slide links to the previous slide, which are the outcomes. So it links to the impact statement and it shows that our work, we can group our work into 4 different outcomes. So the 4th, which is the key work of South African tourism, is to increase the market share of arrivals as well as spend to South Africa. And I always say within South Africa, because that's on the international side as well as the domestic tourism, so that we can then drive economic growth, job creation, as well as ensuring that there's inclusive benefits across the tourism value chain. The second one, Chair, talks to visitor experience. So we account for that in program 5. I had touched on that. And then program 3, it's the insights-led thought leadership as well as advocacy. So this talks to the work that we do in the form of research as well as market intelligence that then drives where we invest the budget that we receive to get the highest level of return in the form of arrivals as well as spend. And then lastly, Chair, the box that has number 4, it then talks to the resources that would be needed for us to be able to then achieve those outcomes. So the people element as well as the technology that will drive the outcomes. Chair, I'm going to then move to the actual the targets for the strategic plan for the period, 5-year period ending 2030. And I'm on slide 14. Thank you, Petra. I'm on slide 14, where in terms of outcome 1, that's in the strategic plan, is that our main outcome is to ensure that we have a strong market position and that we grow our tourism numbers. So against the spend as well as arrivals, so that we can then contribute positively to the South African economies. Chair, the key indicators that we have there is the international tourist arrivals, where we've used the current baseline and we've then projected that we want the growth to be more than 15 million arrivals at the end of the 5-year period that is covered by the strategic plan. We've also, Chair, in the broken down the numbers that leisure would be just over 14 million arrivals, and then the MICE, which is the meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition sectors of business tourism, we project to have just over 370,000 arrivals from that. We do know that from a MICE perspective, our business tourists tend to spend more than travelers who come to South Africa for a holiday. Chair, we also have as one of our outcome indicators, the spend indicator. So again, there we show that we want a growth from 95.1 billion, which is where we currently sitting. We want to grow from that number to just over 115 billion by the end of the 5-year period. Again, we show how much should come from leisure as well as MICE. From a tourist spend perspective. And then the next one, which is the geographic spend, and we have that for both domestic as well as international. Chair, it shows the work that we intend to do to ensure that when tourists come and they land in a particular area, that there is geographic spread. So you then get that other provinces and other regions then benefit from tourists who come to South Africa, and they don't just go to one place. So we put as part of the work that we need to do as South African tourism is that we need to ensure that there is growth in the form of geographic spread, and we don't get a tourist coming to South Africa experiencing one area and then going back to their country. We want that when they are in South Africa, they increase their length of stay and they then go to other parts of our country. We have similar targets, Chair, for domestic tourism. We're going to track the number of trips where we have targeted growth of more than 45% million trips. And then from a spend perspective, just over 130 billion rand spent from the domestic market. We do know from the baseline, Chair, that the numbers we realized from a domestic tourism perspective were higher than the international spend in the baseline year, where in international was 95.1 billion. We received or generated just over 120 billion rand from domestic tourism spend. Again, similar to international, we also target for geographic spread in the domestic tourism work that we're going to do. And the intention here is to ensure that when South Africans travel, they also don't just go to one place, but they also then begin to explore other parts of South Africa. We also included in our outcome indicators, Chair, the number of bids won, and that talks to the work that we do in business tourism, where we go and we bid for conferences, exhibitions, meetings to be hosted in South Africa. So we, in this particular outcome indicator, the intention is to increase the number of bids that are won by South Africa, because we know that when we win bids and these events are hosted in South Africa, they've got a positive impact across the tourism value chain. We have also quantified the rents that we would want to generate from an economic impact side of the bids that we're going to win. And we've just targeted over 6.3 billion rand for the 5-year period ending in 2030. And then lastly, Chair, on this particular slide, this talks to the work that we do in brand and marketing. So program 3 in our annual performance plan, that we want to increase the brand strength index, where the awareness about South Africa is high, but also the brand positivity for South Africa is also high, because we know that when the awareness and brand positivity, when they are high, then it's also easier in the conversion curve to then convert those numbers to actual arrivals and people arriving in South Africa and spending in the country. Chair, I'm on the next slide, slide 15, which talks to outcome 2 in our strategic plan, which is focused on enhancing visitor experience as well as responsible tourism offerings. We then account for this work as part of program 5 in the annual performance plan, and it talks about overall tourism visitor experience. So we're going to track that number to ensure that we increase or improve from the current baseline, which is 4.6. And then the next one is outcome 3, which is the insights-led sector through advocacy as well as thought leadership. Again, Chair, the target there is increasing from the current baseline to a target of 4 basis point in terms of the satisfaction score. This particular work is accounted for in program 2 of the annual performance plan. And then lastly, it's the resourcing work as well as the compliance and governance. The outcome indicators that we're going to be tracking in this area, which is outcome 4, it's the audit outcome, which links to compliance and governance, as well as the staff engagement survey, which links to the resourcing elements, so the people element, where we want to improve to up to 90% from a staff engagement survey perspective. We've also introduced, Chair, in the strategic plan for the first time a productivity tracking matrix to ensure that every employee of South African tourism who earns a salary, we can actually match that to their productivity level. So it's something that we've included in the strategic plan, and it's to ensure that organizational excellence as well as high performance culture at an individual level. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues here to take us through the annual performance plan through you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. committee, members of the portfolio committee, board chair, and the colleagues on the call. I'm just going to just quickly take you through our annual performance plan. I think the detail at a high level with regards to what each program entails has already been covered. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that. So I'm just going to delve in straight into our APP. You can go to the next slide, Petra. Great. So, and I will be going through each program up until program 5, which is the tourism experience. And then our acting CFO will then take us through point number 6, which is budget related. Next slide, please. Thank you. So with regards to program 1, which is corporate support, the CEO has already touched on it with regards to some of the initiatives taking place at the high level. But from the outcome perspective, organizational excellence, which ties back to the strategic objective that has been covered. And within that, there are a couple of outputs that are listed. First one being the enhanced internal audit environment and migration of audit finding, or mitigation rather of audit findings. So what we are aiming for this financial year, basically, is the implementation or 100% implementation of valid audit recommendations. All the recommendations that have been made and put forward will be implemented during this financial year. And then the second one, which then talks to Operation Clean Audit, which has been ongoing. And then there's been significant improvement on that. And then we will continue or forge ahead rather with the implementation thereof of the program. And this is what we track on an annual basis. We do have a detailed quarterly plan in terms of how we go about driving this. So from the strengthening compliance, what we are doing within the organization is we have actually identified 8 initiatives that we'll be running with from the organization to drive awareness, improve accountability, which then ultimately leads to compliance and ensuring that there's integrity and ethical reporting, ethical conduct rather with regards to procurement. So these are ongoing initiatives, and they've already started since we are almost done with the first month of the first quarter of the new financial year. So there is work already started taking place within that space. With regards to staff engagement and morale, the CEO has already touched on this again. So we do conduct employee engagement survey where we sort of get a pulse of how our employees feel and what areas we should be improving upon. And then based on the outcome of that survey, we then implement accordingly the recommendations, which then translate into a plan that we then implement within the organization. And then this is something that we do on an annual basis to make sure that after we've done implementation or post-implementation, we get the right environment and then we get the right feedback from our people. So this is something that we do on an ongoing basis. So with regards to organizational design enablement and enabling optimal functioning entity, this is the work again that comes as a result of the feedback that we got from the study, from the engagement survey with the employees, and obviously just looking at the industry, what is happening, and looking at whether are we designed for success as an organization. So currently where we are from the output point of view, we are reviewing the current structure. That's the work that we'll be embarking upon. And then based on the outcomes of that review, we will then implement accordingly the fit for purpose organizational structure that will ensure that we succeed as an organization going forward. The last point the CEO touched on again is around the productivity metrics. And again, this is to ensure that we have the right culture with regards to performance within our organization. And again, in terms of how we drive that from the delivery point of view, this being obviously a new indicator that we are driving with. What we're doing this year is we're going to be establishing the baseline for the productivity matrix, and which is then what we will be tracking going forward for the period of the 5-year strategic plan. But this is the work that is starting this year. So with regards to program 2, which is the business enablement, and as the CEO mentioned earlier, there are key initiatives currently on the go and taking place here. But one critical one I'm going to talk to, it speaks to the work we do in terms of understanding the market. So we conduct market intelligence research and analytics where we look at all the markets that we operate in, including some of the markets we don't operate in, to understand exactly how, number one, the brand South Africa is perceived, But most importantly, and also, we track to see if the departure of our tourists, when they leave and they go back into the respective country, if the stay has been pleasurable and what can we improve in those areas. This type of insight and the research is conducted in both our land border post as well as our air border post in lives of airports. So this is the work we do quite extensively on a quarterly basis to make sure that we understand what is happening in that space. And that's the work that will be ongoing. As you would recall, we also mentioned that we want to play the role of a trusted advisor in the sector. Now, this talks to us publishing thought pieces of articles, research-based articles that are industry-specific. We, on a quarterly basis, pick a theme or two, and then we publish the articles based on the themes. So the theme could be gastronomy, for example. It could be the theme pertaining to tourist attractions that are aligned to where the blockbuster movies were shot. So we then look at those and then we publish accordingly. And the intention or the purpose of those is to ensure that when we publish the articles, not only do we just publish thought pieces, but we make sure that we also market the destination while doing so. So we work very close with the relevant tourism authority or provincial tourism authorities to make sure that the insight as well as the thought pieces that we publish are relevant and fit for purpose, and they do also position the destination in a good light. And then enhancing the public and private sector participation or collaboration within the tourism. As you can see, there are 16 initiatives planned or engagement activities planned for the year that will be taking place, which will ensure that we engage and we collaborate effectively. But what we're going to do going forward, in addition to this, is to not only just have these conversations, but also track the impact thereof to make sure that they give us the impact and we are able to yield the result that we want. And again, this is done through the work we do when we track the brand and we track the awareness of our brand as an entity from the engagements we've had with our stakeholders. Enhancing visitor experience through digital platforms or digital enablement platforms. And again, this is the work that we will further unpack. But again, what we're doing there in that space is to make sure that within this financial year, we've got one digital platform published and it is utilized by our tourism. Basically, it is designed to simplify and optimize the way in which we showcase the destination and the way in which people interact with the products that are available within South Africa. Next slide, please. Thank you. So on the leisure destination, or sorry, on the leisure tourism point of view, this is basically where the rubber hits the road for most of our key deliverables, because this is where we market this destination. And again, you would recall from the 4 quadrants, or from the quadrant that the CEO spoke to earlier, this was sitting in quadrant 1, talking about strengthening the market position and the tourism growth. And again, the first one, which is the glaring one, it talks to launching the global brand campaign. And this is the work that is underway, and the brand campaign has been launched, but there's still work being done within that space, and the work thereof will be concluded accordingly. Then what remains to be done going forward is to then further cascade the campaign into relevant markets so that it is fit for purpose and it aligns to the brand positioning within the different markets where we operate as a DMO. Integrated digital marketing to increase the brand visibility and destination. And again, this basically talks to formulation rather of a digital marketing strategy, which will then guide the way in which we drive the message of the brand. And this is the work that is starting in this financial year, and it's going to be ongoing, and it will be rolled out during the financial year again. So strategic events, or basically just profiling the brand through key strategic events. So this then talks to the events that we've set for ourselves. So obviously looking at the financial year, we want to implement 4 communication activities, one within each quarter, where we profile the destination through those key strategic events that we participate in, 2 of which obviously being one that we host as a destination ourselves. So from the global public relations and communication point of view, and again, we were looking at ensuring that we drive key specific initiatives in that space, and again, spread out within each quarter of the year. But we are looking at a target point of view to implement 36 global public relations and communication activities for the year for the brand. So just looking on the leisure tourism point of view, again, still on program 3, So again, to looking at driving demand, it goes to what I spoke to earlier, where we will be driving demand through personalized campaigns for each market that we'll be working on. We're talking about executing 3 tourism leisure brand campaigns within the financial year. So the next one talks to the affinity to increase conversion in South Africa. And then we're talking about 16 distribution channels initiatives within the domestic market. So this then talks to how we position the brand from the domestic marketing point of view. And then looking at the African space or within the Africa region point of view, again, we will be looking at on each quarter, on a quarterly basis, localizing a campaign specifically within the region, the African region, to make sure that we deliver the message that is compelling and is fit for purpose within that space. And again, still within the Africa region as a whole, we will be looking at ensuring that in terms of driving the conversion, we implement 26 distribution channel activities within the region. So obviously looking at different nuances within our markets within the African region, the manner in which the message is conveyed within those markets will be geared towards aligning with what is appealing to the consumer within those respective markets, within the destination, or within rather the markets that we are focusing on, to make sure that we not only just drive a compelling message, but we make sure that the message lands with the right with the right oomph, and it is able to drive the awareness, which then ultimately will lead to the growth that we have envisaged and we have put forward, which is what the CEO spoke to earlier within the five-year strategic plan presentation. So I've already covered pretty much on the last two as well, which is the localization as well as the brand affinity. They're similar, even though those are focusing specifically on the European market. But again, the theme and the logic is the same in a sense that on each quarter within the financial year, we will be localizing a brand campaign that talks specifically to the different markets within the region that have been identified. Thank you. So again, looking at different markets, and in this space, we're looking at the Americas. We're also looking at Asia and Australasia. And then we're also looking at how we align and partner with the embassies again to drive more traction and drive more awareness of the brand. And I think in those last two are quite critical in the sense that obviously they talk to the partnership and alliance with the embassies on the ground. So we're looking at executing one localized marketing campaign in the embassy support market. So again, in the markets where we work heavily or we work closely with the embassies to drive awareness, we will be aligning with the embassies to make sure that we drive campaigns that are fit for purpose. And the same also applies with regards to distribution channel again, where we have embassy supported markets again. So the same theme is ongoing, but the difference in this one is that we are working through the embassies to drive the message and the awareness of the brand. Next slide, please. So with regards to business events, the CEO did unpack exactly the targets that have been set for the MICE segment. But what we're looking to do, obviously, we're looking to increase economic benefits and the job creation through the bidding and the hosting. And again, when we're talking about this, we're talking about sustainable growth in terms of the job creation as well. And as you know, we've got a meeting, we had Meetings Africa, which was hosted in March. We've got Africa Travels Indaba coming up next month, and the work is already underway to get that event up and running. And then obviously looking at supporting 105 bids that needs to be submitted within the MICE industry. So that's the number that we are going for this particular financial year. And then in terms of the business event that will be hosted, and again, we want to be a lot more focused on villages, township and small dorpies. So we have set a target of 10. We want to host 10 of our events within the villages and township and small dorpies. And we want to do this obviously working very close with the local authorities within those respective markets. Enhance sustainability of the tourism owned platform. And again, here in terms of the annual target, we're looking to implement a business model for the growth of the sustainability of the tourism owned strategic platforms. And again, this is basically the work we do, obviously, in partnership with other stakeholders in the industry. And then promotion of the South African tourism product at global platform. And this is the work that we do, which is an ongoing work. And the target we've set for ourselves for this financial year is to have 180 of our South African product showcased in the global platforms or in the global market platforms where we will be participating. So we will be taking 180 products with us and making sure that they showcase their product in those markets that, in those events or platforms rather that we participate in. Next slide. So again, still on program 4, but looking specifically now within the insights-led capability through leadership and advocacy. So this then we talk here about the business-to-business campaign to create demand for South Africa as a premium destination and an event destination. So again, what we have aimed, or the target we have set for ourselves for this financial year, is to execute or drive one domestic business-to-business brand campaign, and also to execute one global business-to-business brand campaign. And on my sector, capacitated for the future growth, the target we have set for ourselves, we've said we want to conduct 2 assessments to demonstrate the economic impact of the bids that have been awarded. Now, this is the work we do. We also do similar work when we assess the impact of the events that we host, the likes of Meetings Africa, as well as Africa Travel Indaba. But we are now taking it a step further to say we also want to not only just assess the events, but also the bids that have been awarded, and looking at how do we then, assess the economic impact of those, to look at the sustainability aspect of those events and how they actually uplift or drive employment growth within the country, and obviously within the tourism space. Next slide, please. So on program number 5, enhanced visitor experience and responsible tourism offering. We've got a number of initiatives that we've set for ourselves, but looking specifically at outcome number 2, or events that are aligned to the outcome number 2 that was spoken about earlier in the second quadrant. We talk about enhancing visitor experience through quality assurance of tourism establishment. Now, this talks to obviously ensuring that we have got graded establishments, and then we increase the number of those graded establishments, because the more graded establishment we have, then it ensures that there's the quality of the product on the ground. And the target we have set for ourselves for this financial year is to have 4,500 established or product graded within the financial year. And then in terms of the product and job creation, we've got a program running called the Basic Quality Verification. And again, this program is focusing specifically on our entry-level product, and mostly within the SMME segment. So we want to make sure that we obviously have a mechanism to grade this product, and obviously the end goal of the objective is to gradually sort of like migrate them or promote them into a more mainstream grading approach. But what we're doing this year basically is to make sure that we complete the BQV, or the Basic Quality Verification Program, within the province of Gauteng first. So that's the work that we are focusing on for this for this year. When the program was launched, there was obviously piloting taking place in various provinces, but the focus would be in Gauteng for this financial year. So in terms of strengthening the market position, which is the focus on our outcome 1, we look at global trade equipped to the best sell Africa. The target that we've set for ourselves in terms of the global trade, we're looking at implementing 2 initiatives to equip global trade to better position the destinations. Essentially, we are looking at driving the awareness of the destination within the 2 initiatives, or the 2 trade platforms that we participate in. And in terms of the access, and this initiative that we are already working on as well, the annual target for that is to implement 4 initiatives to support air access through the tourism route development marketing plan. And that's the work that we are currently working on, working in collaboration with various stakeholders, and obviously working also very close with the department on this as well. Next slide. So I'm going to pause here and hand over to our CEO to take us through the financial numbers.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Portfolio Committee members. Good afternoon to our board chair, ExCo, and also the DG and all members that are present to this meeting. I will take through the committee on the finance aspect or the budget. We are now on addressing the revenue side. So with the MTF, so we having the projection or the approved allocation of 1.3 billion, which is coming from the department as part of the allocation. And we have a 3-year rolling plan with 26, 27 still on the allocation with 1.3 and 27, 28 financial year with 1.4 billion as part of the projection for the allocation. And as always with our projection, we also look at other revenue stream outside the allocation that is coming from the department. We have the TOMSA with 114 million, and for 26, 27 with projection of 147 and 154 for the 27 and 28. We have our strategic event or platform, such as the Meetings Africa that we just had, and the ATI that is just in few weeks' time, and other exhibition that we also participate. We have also projection of 37 million as part of our budget, and for 26, 27 with 39 million, and on 27, 28 financial year sitting with 41 million. We have also the graded fees. My colleague Sia also spoke about the grading establishment, where we have a projection of 14 million as part of the budget, and for 26, 27 with 15, and lastly for 27, 28 again on 15.950. And we also have the sundry income, which mainly consists of the interest that we receive from positive balance from our accounts, already working around 31 million, and 32 for 26, 27 financial year, and lastly for 27, 28 financial year. And in total, the projection, if we can just go back to that slide. Lastly, for 25, 26, we are working with 1.5 billion as part of the budget. And this is what brought also, when we go through the details about the expenditure, we're working from this 1.5 that we have projected based on the allocation and other stream of income. And as part of the ongoing, noting that the fiscals for South Africa is also severely affected. We have a project called budget optimization, that where we look at means that we can work on to ensure that we optimize our cost and ensure that we get the best value. And for strategic platform, we look at what could be the best way of also still generating more revenue from those platforms through transparent sponsorship, as an example. We can go to the next slide. The next slide cater for the expenditure element. As I've indicated, the 1.5 that we now break it down by per program. From the APP side, the information is at per program side. However, we then, from the APP, we have the annual operational plan and the divisional and operational plan, which are then feeding into to the APP targets or the budget. So when we work through the budget per program, we are also looking at the activities that are feeding in one from corporate support with 203 million for financial year 25-26 and 26-27 with projected 213 and 27-28 with 222 million. And we have the business enablement, and my colleague detailed the areas that are covered from the business enablement. However, the one that I would like to highlight more is on the program 3, which is the leisure tourism, which is our main core from SA tourism, and even from the budget perspective, that's where we have a bigger scale of budget at 846 million for current financial year 25-26 and 26-27 at 885 million and 27-28 with 900 million. However, on the 846, we also look at the different market, which is fed in through the MPIF, and in terms of where can we invest better. And in some market, we then look at them as maintenance, which means in terms of the budgeting perspective for those markets, then they are less feed in from the budget. And then we also look at those growth markets that the MPIF reports will then guide us from the budget perspective. Still on this, we also look at the areas like Africa region, which is CEO, when she presented earlier, also highlighted a significant number of arrival from Africa side and also the Asia side. These two areas were one of the area that we had much focus in terms of the budgeting perspective. From Africa, we also sit in around 240 or 45 million just from the Africa perspective. And when we look at the Asia, we are, in terms of the budget from the 846, we have around 160 million just from the Asia perspective. And with the Asia and looking at the program that is currently ongoing, when we look at your India, China, that are bringing more numbers. And more so when we look at the program that is currently running, the tour operators that is already ongoing, and with the support of even the Home Affairs and our ministry, that we are seeing the numbers. So even the investment side in the Asia perspective also look at the 160 million as part of the target to ensure that we still have more numbers because of the prospect of getting more numbers, that we can be able to reach those targets that are set on the straight plan. In terms of program 4, we have the business events in terms of those platform, and my colleagues also even highlighted the details around the bid support and the CEO in terms of the impact of when we win those hosting or those bid, that we are able to even have ways of conversion in terms of also the leisure perspective, which then drive the number also high, and hence the jump also in terms of the 300 from the previous one of 227. And lastly, we have the tourist experience with 83 million, and with the projection ongoing on 86 for the next financial year. And lastly, with 90 million for the last financial year. And the budget, as indicated earlier, from the revenue side, which comes to 1.5 billion. This takes us to the budget or the expenditure or projection. And from this, we then have the AOP, the DOP, with all the details that feed into the numbers that we have from the APP as part of the ongoing of ensuring that the targets that are set here on the APP are successfully delivered from those AOP and the DOP with details that were required. We can be able also to share that as supporting information for the APP. And this will take us to the end of our financial, and if there will then take questions. Thank you, Chairperson and members.
Thank you, colleagues. Honorable Chairperson, that then brings to the end our presentation from South African Tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Board Chairperson, for those presentation. DG, would you like to add something, or shall we proceed now? Is there anything that you think was not covered by the chair of the board and the CEO and the delegation that's of importance to note by the committee, or everything is in order? Okay, it looks like everything is in order. Let me now identify hands for the interaction with the presentation. With want to raise questions or comments?
Chair?
She's muted.
Oh,
Chair,
so,
just
thank you very much. I'm noting member Haraba, member Ishmael, member Frenchman, and I was checking with member Moodley, because earlier on his gadget was giving him network was giving him a problem. We are also aware of member Mashabela will insert a question. Let me now move to the member Mayecho, and move to, if he comes in, member Moodley, or no, member Mashabela. Bela's question that will bring it forward, and then member Moodley, and then did I mention Linde? Member Linde? And then the last should be member Tongo. Let me repeat. We'll start with member Leharaba, followed by member Ishmael, followed by member Frenchman, followed by member Maecho, followed by member Mashabela, followed by member Mutli, followed by member Linde, and the last is member Shongo. I think everybody will have an opportunity to speak. Thank you very much, members, in that order. Do you need 5 minutes or you need 3 minutes, 4 minutes this time? Let's make it at 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues and the department and our entity, SAT. CEO, during your presentation, you, on the outcome number 1, strengthen market position and tourism growth. There was this abbreviation, MICE. I'm not sure what is MICE. Can I get clarity on that? Then there's a second question is, in what way is the entity going to contribute towards the 3 priority areas as set out by the 7th administration, namely to drive inclusive growth and job creation, reduce poverty, and tackle the high cost of living and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state? What is the main marketing strategy that you have been able to capitalize on to attract international visitors? And what new strategies are you proposing to keep up with times and digital advancements, amongst other things? And which countries form part of the watch list markets, and what does the watch list entail or mean? And then on the annual SAT FY 2025-2026, I think I have 3 questions. The first one is, at what extent has the entity addressed the AG's findings? And what mechanism has been put in place to maintain and better manage internal controls? The last one is, on what measures have you put in place to improve staff morale, and how are you tracking progress in this regard apart from conducting a survey? Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair, again. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to SAT. I just have a few questions. My first question, the APP lists over 150 tourism marketing initiatives across all regions, including 36 in Europe and 26 in the Africa region. Now, has the department done any impact assessment from previous and most current years that show or prove that these initiatives actually translate to increase arrivals and job creation? Or are we spending funds on activities, without proper and effective measured outcomes? Considering the economic status of the country right now, we surely cannot afford any fiscal dumping as was done previously. My second question, the presentation mentions one of the key strategic outcomes as being organizational excellence and a high performance culture. Now, I am keen to know and understand what specific mechanisms and accountability frameworks has SA Tourism put in place to ensure that targets achieving a clean audit and improving staff engagement to 90% are actually going to be met by 2030. My third question, the strategic plan sets ambitious targets for increasing the geographic spread of both international and domestic tourism. Now, this is obviously very welcome. However, how will SA Tourism ensure that rural and less visited provinces such as the Northwest, Northern Cape and or Free State meaningfully benefit from this growth, and what funding or partnership models are planned to support them? And next question, with regard to the tourism route development plan. I've asked this question previously, however, I will ask it now because you needed more time. Please provide the committee with a breakdown of how much money was spent and a line item breakdown of how the budget of 6.5 million rand will be spent. And then with regard to the previous AG report, which I think my colleague has mentioned, does SAT now have sufficient internal controls and capacity to ensure that we do not face the negative outcomes of what was experienced previously? And then considering the issues SAT faced previously, what has SAT done differently to avoid or address the, if I could call it, the misappropriation of funds? What are you doing differently in your procurement processes and contract management that will assure us that we're not going to be facing the same scenario as we did the last time? And then with regard to the Tourism Grading Council, I think, we all know that the Tourism Grading Council did a presentation to us. However, I would like to know from SAT, how are we actually making sure that, we are aligning to what we have been discussing in the sixth parliamentary term as well with regard to grading of establishments. And I did ask a question to the Grading Council themselves, but maybe looking at making the grading of establishments compulsory but free. How are we actually going to be addressing this matter so that we can get more of our facilities graded and up to standard? And obviously this will increase the amount of people coming into the country and obviously making opportunities available for all establishments to actually prosper. Is this going to be aligned to our white paper amendment bill, when we are amending the act or not? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to all present. Chairperson, we just concluded our main tourism season, if you want to call it that. What has SAT done for the informal settlement sector during this period, during this tourism period that just passed? And then, Chairperson, in order for this committee to provide productive recommendations, we need detailed implementation plans of the proposed projects. For example, saying that you want to implement initiatives and various programs does not equate to it being a solution or that it will be effective. Can SAT tell us whether these initiatives have been submitted previously? Like I said, the committee needs detailed plans to provide strategic recommendations. Thank you, Chairperson.
Member Mayecho, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies. The network here. Let me appreciate both the presentation, the strategic 5-year plan, as well as the annual performance plan. I will start with the presentation on the 5-year strategic plan 2025 and 2030. What is the role of the different markets? And then equally, Chair, along with the safety and security, what are the other factors that negatively impact the country's image, and how is the NTT mitigating it? And further, what messages are you sending regarding the high crime rate in the country? And then the other issue, Chair, which I've identified is that we are a diverse country with a culture and tradition which a number of people across the world do acknowledge and are fascinated about our culture and tradition. Therefore, in addition to the leisure and business travelers, has the South African tourism looked into other types of travelers? And how can we create marketing that speaks to these cultures, as well as that speaks to the travelers? The last point on the very same issue of the of the 5-year strategic plan is that are there any brewing tensions which perhaps we should know as a committee across the world involving various countries with the USA,
at the center having a bearing on traveling and tourism. Let me move, and then also on the financial year 2025, 2026 annual performance plan. And Chair, here I would want the entity to perhaps clarify us here that what have been the feedback gathered using the sentiment index, which the presentation speaks to. And the other issue is that which strategy events that have been used to profile South Africa as a destination of choice, both domestically and internationally. And the last point will be the VTSDs, which is this one of that hosted business events, and which ones are earmarked for next set of events. Can the entity quantify the benefits of this on the business and surrounding communities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Member Mashabela, are you in a better position, or we know that you are on the platform, we are still in a meeting, but you are having challenges, power challenges in the afternoon now, by now. If you are unable to talk, we have sponsored your question that relate to the entity now. It should be answered. Honorable Moodley, do you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Mine is more a statement than a question, Madam Chair. It's actually a double-edged sword. You know, we're speaking about India and we're speaking about China, and we're measuring our arrivals, the amount of tourists comes to our country. And if you look at it carefully, we're talking about creating work and jobs and factories. But if you look at these people, when they come to our country, they come here to see what kind of business they open. And once they open that business, their families come here, and that's how we're measuring a kind of arrivals from India and from China. Now, for me, we talk about opening business for our people. We talk about creating work. That's why I said it's a double-edged sword. You know, I have a problem with what I'm hearing here. You know, we're getting a lot of people coming from India and China. There's spaza shops all over. They're opening up grocery shops, supermarkets, and our people are not getting a chance to even do that if we allow this all the time. And I'm asking for an investigation to see exactly when these people come to our country. Yes, they do come to our country. Are they coming as tourists, or they're coming to open businesses here? And that's my problem. Yes, you can have an influx of the Chinese and the Indians here. They're coming here to exploit and open businesses. And then our people can never open businesses if they do that. If you go to the townships, you'll find spaza shops all over. And that's what I said, it's a double-edged sword. Mine is more a statement than it's a question. I thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson again, and honourable members, and also the delegations from SAT. Thank you very much for the presentations. I enjoyed them, and I could clearly see the ambition to revitalise tourism, and we are with you, and thank you for that. I do, however, want to make a few comments and ask questions. So first, on the strategic plan, Chairperson, I can see the commitment to transformation, but how will this be measured without a performance-based accountability program, or call it what you may? I didn't see that in your plan. And then on the digital infrastructure, what is the roadmap for modernizing your outdated, well, all of our outdated systems? It's in the department as well. And how will the digital transformation be financed given our budget constraints? On the budget and fiscal responsibility, what cost benefit analysis underpins the proposed initiative? So How is your value for money ensured? And on the market expansion, Chair, the plan lacks on how the watch list markets will be cultivated. So why is there no specific investment breakdown or expected return on investment from these newer markets? I would like hear about that. And what are the targets for women, youth, and disabled-owned tourism businesses over the next 5 years? And Chair, and then on the APP, I just want to ask a few questions. I see there's not a clear explanation for the reduction in the projected grading fees. Previously, it was 15.2 million and it's now 14.5 million for 25-26 financial year. So despite our emphasis on quality assurance, what is the reason for that? And then all the, I've also on the TRDPM or MPD, whatever the redevelopment marketing plan, I don't see the measurable milestones to improve air access. Can you explain that to me, please? And Chairperson, the target of 45.1 million domestic trips by 2030 seems really unrealistic without detailed strategies to address the affordability and safety concerns and seasonal travel patterns. So there's also a limited focus on promoting off-peak travel to mitigate overcrowding in popular destinations. How are we going to address that? And then on inclusivity and transformation, despite our commitments, and I've asked that on the strategic plan as well, despite our commitments to support women, youth, and persons with disabilities, there are no specific budget allocations to target these groups. And on your BQV program, I see it's only limited to Gauteng, and we exclude other provinces with high tourism potential. What is the reason for that? Also on inclusivity, Chair, what percentage of the 300 million rand business events budget is allocated yet again to your women, youth, and people with disabilities? And then the last question, Chair, is how will the productivity matrix be audited to prevent a box ticking compliance? And that is just based on the risk mitigation that I hope is in place. So, Chair, that's my questions on this. But in all, it was a great read, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also welcome the report and greet SAT led by its chairperson. Chairperson, on the 5-year strategic plan, the SAT does not, its report, does not cover the SADC region. Why is that so? And then also, Chair, part of the roles of SAT is to work with businesses, provincial tourism boards, and local communities to grow tourism and support MMEs. But still, the 5-year plan does not speak much when it comes to local tourism. Can they clarify that? And then I'd also want to know how many establishments are currently being graded or have been graded, and which markets would you advocate that need to enter the e-visa regime so that we grow our footprint? And then lastly, Chair, would be which other visa reforms do you think are necessary for our infiltration into key growth markets? Thanks, Chair. That will be all.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for those questions and comments. Chairperson of the board, and your delegation, if you wish to the CEO to start or the other senior management to start, and towards the end the CEO comes in and then you close, Chairperson, the role is in your court, the ball is in your court. Please, I know CEO likes to repeat the question before the answer. I would advise that you don't do that. There's nothing wrong with that, but the challenge is that it's on your time for responses. If you want to just to remind the meeting that that's the question, especially the question that was asked by member Mashabela earlier on during the first session, and now she's unable to talk due to electrical or power challenges, then you can mention that, but you don't have to repeat the question. Having said that, over to you, Prof, and then the delegation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson, the CEO and executives will address most of the questions given our time constraint. But just from my side, just to remind once again to underscore that our 5-year strategic plan was based on the Constitution and all the legislative frameworks, and then in particular the 3 key priorities of the 7th administration. And the reason why I'm saying this, when we're looking at the growth areas, that then also informed our direction where the growth areas are. And as the CEO have indicated right in the beginning, is to look at the Asian market. We will defend where we currently are, but then focus on those growth areas. And those were some of the directions that came from the 7th administration to us. Concerning the notion of geopolitics, South African tourism, we stay as far as away from geopolitics. We are being guided, as I've indicated, by the 7th administration, and then also from DIRCO and Brand SA when we do our marketing. And Chairperson, for that will be the opening response, and I'll hand over to the CEO, and then right at the end come back again. CEO.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members. Chairperson of Portfolio Committee, I'm going to take your guidance and answer the questions. I also have colleagues with me here in the room who will then answer the questions that are directly linked to their portfolios. I'm just going to start with the question from Honorable Lekharaba on MICE. Honorable members, the meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibition. That's what MICE is, which we account for in Program 4, which is the business tourism side of the work that we do. Chair, the other question I wanted to touch on, because there was also a question from Honorable Lekharaba on marketing, our CMO will take that one, was from Honorable Ishmael on the issue of the breakdown of the amount on market access. The structure that we currently have is 20% for coordination, because we've got different provincial structures. In some structures, in fact, it's not effective. So we have the key ones in KZN, Cape Town, as well as Gauteng. There are provinces that are struggling. So about 20% of the financial investment is going to go through planning and coordination, but the bulk amount is the marketing of the route development. So about 80%, that's the financial structure that we have for the project. I'm not going to repeat the other questions. There were questions on human capital that the colleagues have made a note of and will answer, as well as the issue of geographic spread. Chair, there was a question from Honorable Frenchman. I just wanted to confirm that we do have detailed plans that are informed by the annual performance plan. We also have annual implementation plans at regional level. So for each market, there's an annual implementation plan together with the budget that we will then use to go after that market. And that process happens after the approval of the annual performance plan. Chair, there was also a question, and I'll take the one on, you touch on different market. Yes. Okay, maybe let me leave this one. There was also a question, Chair, from Honorable Mhlongo, and before I hand over to colleagues, just to touch on the other questions on the SADC region. Honorable Member, I just want to confirm, I know we did not include it, and I apologize for that, or in our MPIF slide, zooming into SADC, but I can assure honorable members that we do a lot of work in the SADC region. And in fact, when we talk Africa as a whole, we include the work that we do with countries in the region as well. Chair, without wasting time, because I do have the team here with me, I'm going to hand over to the acting CFO to talk to the questions that were raised around finances, including the questions that we've received from Honorable Mashabela.
Good afternoon once again. In terms of the response, I will also address I think it was one of the first question from Honorable Member Ms. Lekaraba on the issue of the audit. We have the OPCA, or Operation Clean Audit initiative that gained more momentum last year, or in the previous financial year 24-25, and the main focus area of this space is, or the OPCA, is about dealing with the root causes and also analyzing way forward in terms of the implementation plan, be it from the audit and even outside just the AG perspective. So the OPCA, which is led by the CFO, it's one of the initiatives that is driving in terms of closing one findings, and also ensuring that where we pick up those, identify the root causes, we are able to look at them and also analyze and ensure that where we're able to, for all of them, that we close them. And when we close, we're able to ensure that we don't have a reoccurrence. And this, we do it with the assistance and also of the internal audit on their part in terms of the review and offering the assurance of those findings, or checking out those root causes that indeed they are addressed as required. And one of the area as part of the audit, considering the current state that we're from with the qualification, we had also had additional assistance in terms of the review, where we brought in even a year-end earlier than what we'll ordinarily do, and cover the period from April to December. And we go through that year-end and going through in 100% level in terms of the areas that were identified. And initially, the plan also was to look at the areas of qualification for agreed upon procedures. And after addressing those, we also look at other areas, regardless of them not being flagged as an issue, but from the audit perspective, but from our own analysis, we're able to pick up those and address them to ensure that we have a smooth audit. And as part of the process, we are also doing this hand in hand with the Auditor General. We even had meetings going through the process that we follow in terms of addressing the qualification area. And they were satisfied with the approach that we use, that there were no shortcuts and straight in terms of the accounting books on how we are closing this qualification area. And they were satisfied. So then the audit is ongoing, and we do believe that we will not be coming back to report to the committee with, we definitely have to come back with a different opinion outcome compared to what we had from the previous. So the OPCA is the one that is driving. There was also a question on the issue of procurement side from Honorable Ishmael. In terms of the procurement, how are we doing better? Those OPCA of identifying the root cause is the area that we were improving one, even in terms of the contract management. Initially, it was on the manual perspective or manual working. We are on the digital side of reviewing those contracts that they are running through a contract management system, which will improve in terms of informing and having the early warnings to the business to also kickstart the procurement process. We also, even in the process of further benchmarking, which is also through our oversight role set by the Audit and Risk Committee, where we are going through also a benchmarking process to make sure that our processes are efficient and we're effective to ensure safer delivery. So those engagement and initiatives, including having layers of review in terms of the probit. We used to look at the probit at the end in terms of when we're awarding tenders, right at the end, and we go through the audit to check what transpired. So now we add layers as we pick up as part of the root cause to have the probit even from the specification, so that if there are any issues, we're able to deal with the early warning than at the later stage where we might have lost months in the process in case the project is then cancelled. So those are the key areas. And the last one that I will address for now is also on the issue of the transformation. As part of our procurement and also following the procurement regulation, we then have the specific goals or the specific goals, and through the PPPFA, through that process, we then have a policy wherein we look at transforming from Black women, youth, and also the SMME in terms of the points from the preference points side, that they are able to gain those extra points in terms of the during the evaluation stage. I think for now I will end here, and we'll bring into Sia to carry on with the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Takalani. So I'm just going to talk quickly. There was a question with regards to the defend market. Members, you would recall, I think it was early in March, we presented in person our MPIF, or the Market Prioritization and Investment Framework. Within that framework, we had identified 8 markets. These are the markets that are within the southern region of our continent, and those consist of the Botswana, Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, Eswatini, and Lesotho. Now, these are the markets that over time we have managed to get a large volume of travelers coming in those markets, and most of whom come via our road or land border post. We do also have, over the past couple of months, and in fact years, have seen an increase in the number of people from those markets coming through via our airports. Now, these are the markets we have categorized as defend, because as I've mentioned, we've done very well in the past in terms of the volume and spend. And we want to make sure that as we progress and as we explore other markets where there is potential opportunities for growth, we don't lose the market share in those markets. And you would recall that during the COVID situation, we lost the market share in most of our markets. And the reason we call this market defend is because we want to defend that position that we enjoyed even pre-COVID levels. And we want to make sure that we maintain it, because there is definitely growth in those markets going forward. So that's essentially the reason for the category defend within our MPIF. And there was also a question with regards to the Middle East and the watch list in particular. So when we look at the watch list market, so these are the markets that we are starting to see some positive movement with regards to the arrivals and spend. And we want to make sure that we watch them very close. And if we start seeing, that there is a solid, consistent growth over time, we can then move them up into the markets that we obviously want to grow our presence in. So some of those markets, like the Saudi Arabia, those are the markets we have identified within the watch list, as well as the UAE. And as the CEO mentioned earlier, these are markets that you typically find that the arrival volumes are not that great. However, the spend is significant. And in other words, you don't get the large volume of people coming from those markets. However, the spend for the few that do arrive in our shores is actually significant, and it's something we need to focus on over time. So that's essentially the watch list and what we normally look at, or the category that we actually have on the watch list. And also we position some markets there that in the event that we start seeing a shift in our middle category, which is the growth market, we are able to then maybe prioritize or move them up into the growth segment if we are seeing that there is a significant shift in the watch list market. So essentially at a high level, that's what sits within number one, the defend market segment, the 8 markets that I've touched on, as well as what we have on our watch list segment. Thank you. I will hand over to our COO to take on some of the questions.
Very good afternoon, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I'm going to answer and address a number of questions. The first and foremost, there was a question pertaining to staff morale and how we're going to go about addressing it. First and foremost, there are a number of activities currently underway within the organisation to address staff engagement and staff morale. These include a fully fledged organisational development strategy. There's culture engagements that are happening within the organisation, culture labs, alignment to values. There's also a number of activities. We just recently had one about recognition and peer recognition within the organisation. I think also important to mention is towards the latter part of March of this year, we had a human capital business planning session. That business planning session was about aligning the activities and the work that the human capital team are going to be doing in the upcoming financial year and ahead of that to align to the deliverables and the outputs of the strategic plan. And I think just to mention, 4 particular areas of focus were identified in that particular business planning process. The first one is focused on talent acquisition and retention, making sure that we hire and retain best-in-class talent. One of the other key deliverables and other key focus areas will be learning and development and making sure that we instill this culture of continuous learning and continuous development within the team. And we believe that that will have not just an engagement impact, but also an improvement from a culture perspective within the organisation as they begin to see South African tourism as an employer who commits to their further development. And then also, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, very important for us is performance management. And I'll speak to the productivity matrix in a second. But linking performance management to a reward system, which is needed within the organisation, that not just empowers and motivates the team, but also rewards the high achievers. And then the last one, I think very importantly, is focusing on the efficient operations within the organisation from a human capital perspective and using systems, technology and ICT in order to deliver that. Then just to answer the question about the productivity matrix, this will be the first year. This is a new indicator, so it will be a new development for us as an organisation. And there was a question about how will we audit that. As part of establishing this baseline, part of that will also be establishing how we go about auditing and how we go about measuring this particular index so that we can track improvement and obviously control and implement measures to adapt and change as needed. And then the final question that I'm going to respond to is the one that was about VTSDs and the placement or the usage of VTSDs, villages, small towns and dorpies as a basis or as an event host. And I think very importantly to mention there that when we are successful and when we are part of a bidding process and there's an opportunity to place a particular event in a smaller town, a village or a dorpie, it's largely determined by the capacity that exists within that particular area, both from a business event and conferencing perspective, but also from a support function or support product perspective, like accommodation, transportation networks, and so on. So there isn't a very specific plan in terms of where we place these VTSD conferences, but we look at them on a case-by-case basis, and we obviously have a target in the APP to try and achieve, which we are committed to achieving. Then the last part of that question was about economic impact. We work, South African Tourism, as the committee knows, own our own platforms. And when we do post-mortems on these platforms, understanding and giving a feedback and a report on the economic impact is really important. And we do the same with each of the conference organizers when we are supporting bids and when we are placing bids across the country, is to work with them to understand the economic impact and to develop some sort of report function that allows us to understand how those events are changing the economic impact within each of the regions. I'm going to hand over to Bronwyn, who's going to deal with the TGCSA questions.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to just speak to some of the questions asked. With regards to the mandatory versus non-mandatory grading, that would be a policy matter which we would refer to the department and the Minister accordingly. In terms of the grading fees and the reduction of fees, what we have done is we have forecast a reduced target number of 4,500 graded properties to right size the target to a more realistic figure, which would then be seen in the reduction of fees accordingly in terms of the forecast revenue. BQV, for this fiscal, you'll see it in the APP for rollout in Gauteng, which is correct. And we have been rolling out BQV on a provincial basis. Moving forward, we are recommending that we consider BQV for a national rollout, and that would then follow pending the requisite consideration thereafter. So that is the plan for BQV. It is a very important program and one we'd like to support with the national rollout, but that will take a little more time beyond the next fiscal to pursue. The total number of graded properties that have been achieved in the previous fiscal, I believe that was a question, is 4,586. Thank you very much. Chair, Honourable Chair and members, I'm going to hand over to Thembi from a marketing perspective. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and all members on the call. My question, the question that was given over to me from a marketing perspective was what strategies we're using in the past and how we're moving to the future. So from a past perspective, we've always focused on our diverse and unique tourism experiences as a destination, really focusing a lot on our wildlife and what the countries knew that we are strong at. And we've also capitalized on international events whilst we might not be driving the back end of them, when they do happen, we partner and we engage with the bidding committees that are involved in that. But if you look at the future, so we've recently, after completing our corporate strategy, we went in and completed our tourism brand strategy. And part of that process was to really just look inside and look outside and see what's going on in terms of trends. So from a trend perspective, the emerging trends within destination marketing emphasize on adventure, cultural relevance, diverse channels. So looking at both what drives consumers to the country and which platforms are they actually looking at as they come to the country. And also we also looked at the demographic of consumers, and you can see like traveling consumers are becoming younger and younger, which really sometimes just drives the Africa growth, because Africa has got the youngest generation in it. And then if you look at the media, what we saw is that in the past, we were spending over 50% on traditional media versus like in the last 2 years versus digital media, where consumers are now sitting. So some of these trends then informed how we then look at this at marketing going forward. So from a marketing perspective going forward, we are going to focus a lot on culture and a lot on adventure and a lot on sports, because those are really the growing segments within tourism, which are going to drive tourism growth going forward. And if you look at our brand versus competitors, South Africa versus competitors, we've got a huge advantage in that. And I think one of the colleagues mentioned it in terms of our diverse culture, our people, music, fashion, culture. And what really that does for us is also drives the geographical spread, because for people to experience culture in South Africa, they have to go to the 9 provinces. I always say we have 9 provinces with 9 different cultures. In some cases, we even have more than that. So in the marketing efforts of ensuring that we drive into that, we are focusing on hyper-personalization, which really can be driven a lot on digital. So where you are curating experiences that are relevant to a particular target market. So in our strategy, we zoom in on saying, if you look at Brazil, what are the Brazilians looking for, and how do we then curate the experiences for them to be able to come to South Africa and experience that? And also in that, telling them like, now that you've entered the country through Mpumalanga, what other provinces can you go to and what can you experience, so that we drive the length of stay in the country as well. So digitization is quite important. So in one of the key things that we are doing from a digital perspective, I've worked with the team on a new digital strategy, which really is going to help us to fix like the fragmentation that we see in the platforms that we have, and also drive engagement in our platforms. And also in that, developing things like travel apps that we want to develop, so that we are a more connected destination like other destinations. If you look at destination like Hong Kong, where you get all the information as you land. So how do we start the journey in ensuring that, the interaction with our travelers is actually improved as they come in, the information is accessible, they're able to know where to go, what to do, like quite easily, and be able to move around the country quite easily through the app as well. And then I think I've covered most of it. So really, if I track back to saying what is going to be the key thing for us is really about how do we fix the brand fragmentation, because our budgets are not getting bigger. So we have to be centralizing the messaging that we are doing, and even centralize with partners like Brand South Africa to ensure that our messaging is quite coordinated, and then focusing more on, on the trends that are being played out right now around culture, around music, and around sports, and all of those things that consumers are interested in coming to the country for. And then in doing so, obviously, attract, it is a highly competitive environment. So we have to focus on the things people don't have. Not everybody has the Zulu culture, has a Xhosa culture, has a Tsonga culture in their region. So those are the things that we're going to try and pull on quite hard in ensuring that we are driving this destination and differentiating it, most importantly, from our competitors, so that consumers, it is a long-haul flight. Consumers are choosing to come to South Africa versus another destination. So those are some of the marketing efforts, and also just really focusing on ROI and leveraging our budget a bit more and becoming more digitized in the way we marketing and more engaged in terms of the consumer platforms that we're going after. So that is from my side. Thank you, colleagues.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I'm back to respond to the question from Honorable Mashavela on the issue of the detailed budget and also the request, including the summer campaign. From my presentation also earlier, when we're addressing the expenditure on the tourism leisure tourism program 3 of the 846 million is highlighted, majority one from Africa. We have 244 million that is allocated to Africa region. We then also have the Asia, as indicated earlier, of the 5,500 million for the China and India market. So I think this addressed the question relating to, more especially from Africa, from the 244 million from the leisure tourism program 3. On the other question, which relates to summer campaign, the detail, we have budgeted around 26 million around summer campaign, which includes your Easter, the travel week, and the summer campaign, and in total comes to 26 million for the current financial year. I think those were the questions, but the details are feed into the APP from the divisional operational plan that we go through to ensure on how we can achieve the target set on the APP. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee. I'm going to hand over to our chair, the Chairperson of the board, for closing remarks if we missed any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, I think a common question, Honorable Chairperson, that have been coming from all the portfolio committees is the aspect of beneficiation, and in particular, how does those the marginalized benefit from the work of SA Tourism, as well as how do we change the impact, particularly those provinces that are currently not benefiting as it ought to be. In that regard, Chairperson, yes, it is a target that we need to pursue and that we are going to pursue over the next 5 years. That is why we present this 5-year strategic plan. It is key for us. Currently, we're working with our key partners on this to change that narrative, particularly the local beneficiation, which is SADVITO. We're working with them very closely, as well as with the provincial tourism bodies, as well as from the also our municipal tourism bodies through our South African hub, also to see how we can then ensure that the current eluding target of a complete beneficiation across South Africa, that we achieve that. So it's a target that we are working on, that we will be working on to improve over the next 5 years. Yes, I think the issue also of the target groups was raised: women, youth, people with disabilities, and our CEO have also explained our approach. But from my view, I think we as SAT, the next 5 years, we need to have a more concerted effort also to ensure that our targets concerning women, youth, and people with disabilities also improved. Some of the examples with our big events, such as the coming Africa Travel Indaba, we in particular targeting also SMMEs from marginalized groups to be part of Africa Travel Indaba, so that they can also be part of the trade show, and in that regard also have the benefit of maximizing and gaining benefits from our trade shows that we're having. So, Chairperson, I hope that SAT have answered all the questions that have been posed. If not, we will definitely, even after this meeting, through the CEO, also respond to some of those questions. So with that, Chairperson, I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Would you like to say something on the additions of the chair?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I am largely covered by the chair's remarks. Of course, there are questions that we couldn't go into details about, because perhaps they are slightly above what we could be in a position to properly provide responses. However, this issue about global developments and the implications of such developments on our efforts, or even the ability to still sustain the growth that we would like to see. Anecdotally, what seems to be happening is not necessarily in line with what could have been anticipated. So if one looks at, for instance, there are reports suggesting that Europe has actually gained a whole lot more now that the markets that, I mean, the people that would ordinarily be intending to go to places like the US are not necessarily going there, but they are actually taking trips within the European zone, so to say. And they're seeing a whole lot more of that particular type of growth within that sort of space. There's also other dynamics that are being reported, that it looks like China is becoming more and more popular now for shopping. Even from people that ordinarily would have been taking trips within the US, that would be going within the country road trip and so on. So it's early days for us to be able to really what the dynamics are going to look like. If we look at within SADC specifically, the developments in Namibia, which is part of the list of destinations that the American market would want to go to coming through South Africa. And the whole development with regards to the visa issues within that particular market, for that specific market, we have not seen exactly what that would do, whether it's going to displace some of that market towards other parts or other regions within the continent, or will it consolidate our market and so on. So I think all of these things are things that from SAT's side, the analytics would need to continue to be done so that we actually have real evidence and real data to be able to say what exactly is emerging out of this. But it's not like a complete straight line that this will lead to that. And that the impact wouldn't necessarily be negative when it comes to tourism per se. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG, on the additions in responding to the interaction or questions and comments by members of the portfolio committee. Having said that, to the chairperson of the board and his delegation and the DG would further need the organizational redesign, because it's important for SA Tourism to ensure that digital technology is embraced at both organizational operations and staff empowerment. SA Tourism should conduct studies to determine return on investment in every market targeted in the market prioritization investment plan. SA Tourism should be proactive in sending counteractive positive brand messages to protect South Africa against negative international misinformation. There should be strong domestic marketing campaigns in partnership with the private sector to fight seasonality and encouraging South Africans to travel within their own country. Follow up on business improvements on small enterprises supported through various trade platforms to ensure sustainability. Engage TOMSA levy to increase number of levy collectors. Follow up on business improvements on small enterprises piloted through basic verification program to ensure sustainability. Grow Africa Travel Indaba and Meetings Africa to include more countries in the next 5 years. This will help the revenue creating and positioning South Africa globally. There is a need for continued improvement in internal controls to ensure improved audit outcomes. There is a need to break down the 15 million arrivals on annual performance plans over the 5 years to assist the committee with oversight function. The entity should present its route development strategy to the committee once it's finalized. Once more, thank you very much for coming well prepared, and go and implement what the members have recommended, which is whatever that is within the budget and within the APP. And we'll see you next time. Thank you so much, Senator. I would like members to remain on the platform for the in-house business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Well done.
Cheers, bye.
Are we now clear, Committee Sec? Can you fly?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. I can fight.
Yes, please do.
There's a program, Chair. Must I go through it?
Yes, please.
Okay. The program for the second term, the draft program for the second term, Chair, stands as thus. We've got the meeting that took place today, which was the 22nd. That was dedicated for the budget vote process, which is the strategic plan and the budget for both the department and SA Tourism. And then we've got the next week, there are no meetings or sittings. There's a constituency period. Then on the week of the 6th, we are intending to table the budget vote report and so that members can engage on it and adopt their recommendations. And then we have flighted there that there is a tourism in Daba on the 12th to the 15th of May, 2025. And then on the 20th of May, there is budget votes, mini plenaries taking place on that particular day from 10 o'clock. And then on the 22nd of May, it's the budget vote debate of our department. And then on the 27th of May, we've scheduled a meeting for SIFA to give us a progress report since our last engagement with them relating to the Tourism Equity Fund and the support to small and medium enterprises in the sector. Including the briefing by Development Bank of South Africa on progress made in implementing the infrastructure projects from the last meeting we had with them in I think it was last year. And then in terms of the 3rd of June, we've got the Tourism Grading Council on their program and progress made in assisting small tourism enterprises. Including a briefing by the Department and Tourism Business Council of South Africa regarding the preparation and participation in the G20. Then we've scheduled a joint meeting with the Portfolio Committee on Police on the safety plan for the hosting of the G20 and the safety plan for the tourism sector. And then we've got the 17th of June, briefing by the South African Township and Village Tourism Association on their programs and matters affecting tourism development in townships and villages. That is the organization called Sato Vito, that thing. And then the last week of June is dedicated to oversight visits. That's the draft program, Chairperson.
Okay, can we go back to the top columns where we are adopting a report? I just want to get to whether up to now, because this thing changes on weekly basis, sometimes in between days, whether during that 6th of May, oh, no, it's written. No, I wanted to check the physical. No, I can see. I see now. Thanks. It's a physical meeting. Thank you very much, Secretary. Members, I take it that this was circulated to us well in advance for members to familiarize themselves and make input, those who wish to say the least. Can I now get an indication whether the draft program is accepted to the committee?
Chairperson?
Yes, Member Lindy.
Chair, may I just want to ask a question, please, ma'am?
Yes.
The tourism in Daba, is that for the entire portfolio committee, or will only certain members, or are we allocated a certain amount of seats, if I can ask that way?
And
do you have indication on that?
Yes. Okay. Is that only the question? Okay, let me.
Yes, only the question, and then I can support the program.
Okay, let me hear other members. Are there any questions?
No, Chairperson, we move that we adopt the program presented.
Okay. As far as I'm aware of, is that in the previous term, not the whole committee was invited, a delegation, a certain number. And even now, there's no indication. I think we'll hear from the minister when we do receive invitation, and or not, it's not even guaranteed that we'll receive an invitation. Hopefully we'll do, not unless there is an latest information that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, the good chair. Just to tell the members that the House Chairperson will determine as to how many members can attend, whether it's a whole committee or not. So we will advise the committee in due course.
Oh, okay. No, thanks. Having asked that question, Member Linde proposed the adoption of the program, and Member Hlongo supported the adoption of the program. Other members, I haven't heard anything, so it looks like the program is duly adopted. I didn't see minutes on the program. Maybe I'm forgetting. I skipped that.
Yeah, I did not put them for this meeting, Chair, because it was very long. Yeah,
that's
the
fine.
next meeting, when we adopt the report, then we adopt the minutes. Yeah.
Okay. No, let me say thank you very much, honorable members, for your attendance. We are very well on time. Our program said we are finishing at 15:20, and we are just on time with sitting at 3 minutes to 3:20. Thank you very much. We had a very fruitful and constructive engagement within the committee, and sorry for members who had some glitches on in terms of the network and power, but eventually members were able to come in and be covered. I thank you very much, members, for your attendance. And I can see that you came back from the long weekend and constituency week, being fresh and enthusiastic from those, and we appreciate that we were saved from the long weekend things that usually happens in this long weekend, and we should continue to be saved. And thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye.
Thank you.
See
Bye.
you. Bye.
Welcome. Bye.